Onulzifon, welcome back. As you can see, we've got Ming Muban Kubuk up there at the corner. And there's Ming right here, going off to dig the channel. We tried to make him a little happier. As you can see, he's got tears in his eyes. He probably still does. Let's see. Ming, are you still sad? No, looks like Ming's gotten over the sadness. Maybe they had a chance to pray as they were hoping to do. Still frustrated. He did feel some fondness though. So he's getting better. He's still struggling. Any dwarf would be with such a massive project. Let's see how the other dwarves are doing. The dining room's looking lively. We got a peasant. In fact, this peasant's looking pretty idle. Maybe we should make them a plant gatherer or something. Are they even busy at all? No. Olin Locomotor. Let's make them a plant gatherer just for the time being, so they don't waste their life. Get depressed. The forges are quiet. Well, at least one of them's going. The metalsmith is crafting. Looks like our orders for armor have more or less finished. We've got cloth. Yeah, all the copper's done. So we're just waiting for that to go and be equipped by the brave, bold explorers. Our most favored military squad. They're just really hoping to get ready to go into the cave soon. They're still a little short. We got headwear and a sword. Well, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all they need to go into the cavern. There's nothing dangerous in the cavern, right? If there was, it can run into our cage traps. Let's actually have a look. Oh, there is a troll wandering around. That's nothing to be scared of. Ooh, we struck light yellow diamond. Is that the good kind, or is it faint yellow diamond? It's hard to remember. Faint should be the good one. We've got a stray water buffalo bull. Sounds like it's time to slaughter something. Where are you, Big W? Right there. Look at this chunky water buffalo. Let's send it to the slaughter. It'll give us lots more meat and fat. We seem to have a full stockpile of fat, so let's actually change this one into a fat stockpile. Make this fat and tallow too. And then we can just chunk it in to be fat and tallow. So we'll block this one and we'll go and allow fat, just like that. And then we'll quickly make another one to hold those lye buckets. You gotta have those lye buckets, it's essential. Every good dwarf keeps their lye in buckets. Otherwise, they get very upset. So we're gonna start drawing pretty soon. Just waiting for inspiration to strike, really. It's important that this not have any barrels there. Now, that's perfect. We set up stockpiles, should be named lye in buckets. There. And let's get our soap industry going. Why not, eh? Everybody likes a good soap industry. Nobody's making lye right now. They're rendering fat forever, but we need lye and we need ash, so let's do that. Let's get some ash going. Oh, say another 40. And we'll do 40 lye because we actually have been going through this at a pretty fast rate. Maybe what we should draw is something soap related. Welcome, Barbara. Thanks for the lovely emotes. Now let's just check how much soap we got. Get our dwarves good and sudsy. We have 1, 2, 3, 1 bars. Loads of metal. So much metal. 172 bronze bars, so we are set for bronze. We've got turtle soap, donkey soap, cow soap, pig soap, reindeer soap, llama soap, mountain goat soap, all kinds of soap, including wombat. Wow, we're soaped out forever, and we just can't get enough of the stuff. Keep on soaping it up. It's actually getting out of hand. Our soap man has been soaping for ages and doesn't seem to know when to stop. That's okay, there's no right time to stop making soap. Oh good, the water buffalo bull's been slaughtered. But it looks like nobody's crafting. Oh, there's one crafter. Yeah, we might want to start some different types of crafts. Who knows? Are the dwarves idle? Are they busy? Looks like they're all doing stuff. There's one no jobber right here. That's the pig master. But she'll be busy. Yeah, there she's going to milk a pig. Urvad, Kugan, Keycrossed. Maybe that's what we should draw. Urvad milking a pig. Yeah, let's do that. It's time to celebrate the milk of the pig. She's going to milk a sheep now, but she's been milking pigs. Let's check, find one of our sows. There's a sow. Average size. Oh, gold hair. How much hair do these pigs have? Thought by some to be intelligent. Average size too, with brown eyes. Brown eyes and gold hair. Well, how does one milk a pig after all? It seems we're going to find out. Just got to open up our Dwarven illustration file. But that's the program that this humble dwarf would use to create our humble artworks. We'll just let that load for a minute. And there it is. Okay, you can see all the fun things that we drew yesterday, but we're not paying attention to those right now. There, we'll kind of fade them out. And we'll do another thing. This one's going to be a pig. And in fact, this humble dwarf needs to step away for just a moment to set up our hardware. And there we go. Now we have the power to draw. Now, we're going to do a piggy. And what color's her skin? Copper. Copper skin and gold hair. It's quite a mystery where the pig would have hair. But we're just going to wing it. Be a little creative. Okay, so copper skin pig. We'll start in a roughly copper area. So you'd think a pig would be pink. That would be what this humble dwarf would have defaulted to, but you know, not all pigs are pink. And dwarven pigs presumably have udders. Maybe what we should do is show the dwarf behind the pig. And we can see the udder sticking out. But we won't have to. Basically, we'll have both the dwarf and the pig facing towards us. Something like that. Okay, so we're going to just flip our pig. There, they flipped the pig. Okay. And now, this pig is going to be having a good time. She doesn't mind being milked at all. So she's going to have chill little eyes. Kind of like that. And because it's a pig, they don't have noticeable sclera. They're just kind of like a big black spot. Maybe just the slightest bit of white around the eyes. And some kind of eyebrows. Do pigs not have eyebrows? Like, come on. This is a pig with golden hair. Golden hair and eyebrows. Okay, we'll make it a kind of a furred pig. Maybe the way we'll do it is just give her like some bits of hair like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There's her big nose and her piggy mouth. You can tell she's enjoying it. And we'll give her a little udder sticking out, because pigs have udders. This is Dwarf Fortress after all. Okay, and she needs to have a little bit of a shape to her now. So let's go ahead and do that. Whoa, she's changed color. There, it's kind of highlighting, kind of outlining. Put a little color in these ears, because then just makes them stand out, you know? And we'll do some light for the top side of the pig. Pig top, light pig top. Yeah, you know how it is. There, she looks kind of like a pig. And curly little tail. Gotta have a curly tail. That's how you can really tell when it's a pig or not. Yeah, so this is like a dwarven pig. Pig in the world of the dwarves. Pig's Adventures in Dwarf World. Just gonna be a little lighter on top. And then, what kind of feet do pigs have? Sort of like a toad trotters. Or trotting only. There. Okay, we're just gonna smooth her out a bit, make her look slightly more normal, you might say. This is a normal pig. And we'll get back to the gold hair in a minute. It's gonna lose some of its hair. That's fine. They don't need to be hairy all the time, just when they're done. Otherwise, they can be partly hairy. Yeah. So we're giving her some kind of eyelids, basically. A little more opacity on that. Don't have to do so many strokes. Make it look like anything. There we go. Okay, pigging it up. How to milk a pig. Yep. Oh, thanks for the raid, Sarionak. Hopefully y'all will enjoy the piggy goodness, such as it is. Yeah, we're gonna have a dwarf milk in this one. Just have to do a quick little bit more pig action and then do some milk and dwarf, because we love to celebrate the milk of the pigs here in O'Nulzafon. Mirrorfountains. Okay, she's getting more defined by the second. Let's just do a cute little highlight on this udder. Like that. Yeah, we were watching the stream earlier. Xerionak. Please correct if that's not the right way to say it. Always fun, always chill, entertaining. Dwarf Fortress. Who doesn't love a little good Dwarf Fortress all the time? Every day. We dream about it when we're not playing it. The stories we can create. The case of the olds, says Xerionic. That's, well, I suppose that's part of life. Take what we can get, and the dwarves carry the burden. Hopefully. Just like, what's her name? Oh, now where did that friendly little dwarf go? The one that's milking an animal. She's our pig master. Right there. Irvad Kugan Keycrossed. Sand Stockade. Her deal is that she's doing fine. And Xerionak says they try not to dream about it. Well, and asks if this humble dwarf is interested in the Steam release. Well, there's one particularly good thing about the Steam release, and that is that it'll free up Toady1 to work on bugs. Fix all them bugs. And also there might be some UI upgrades, which will be cool. And maybe those will make their way over to the ASCII version. That'd be nice. The other great thing about it is it'll presumably bring more new dwarves into the fold, so people can realize how awesome Dwarf Fortress is. Those people who didn't want to basically play it if it didn't have graphics, so they won't have an excuse anymore. They're off playing RimWorld and Minecraft and stuff like that. So here she is. She's milking away. She probably has a stool. Let's give her a little stool to sit on. Piggy! Says Ocean Bug, 1949. Yes, yes it is. One of our milky sows here in Onholzafon. We just love our pigs. We breed them up. Sometimes we slaughter the boars, but mostly we let them live. Now let's get a couple details about Irvad's appearance. She's 27. She's got greasy hair. It's long and braided. And what color is her hair? Saffron. Okay, now this humble dwarf did look up the color saffron, but it's hard to remember all these exotic colors. It's yellow. It's bright yellow. So she's going to have bright yellow, greasy braids, emerald eyes, just like most of our dwarves, copper skin. So the other ones would have had cinnamon skin, but this one actually has skin the same color as the pig that she's milking. So we can just take it right from the pig, as weird as that might be. Give her some green eyes, emerald green. All of our dwarves seem to have emerald green eyes. And they're going to start out just looking weird, but then we're going to add some detail. But we're going to do saffron hair first of all. And we're going to try to make Irvad low in the detail level so that we don't, so we can move on to the rest of the fort basically. So there's this. We have another comment. Sadly, a lot of gamers choose picture over gameplay. This is confusing to Exarionac. Just buy a picture or movie. Must be their age. Well, yeah, that's one way to look at it. It's hard to get into Dwarf Fortress. When this humble dwarf first began looking at it back in 2006, many years ago, that's when it came out, well, there were no texture packs or anything, but the best way to approach it has always been to read somebody else's stories first. And then you get so enthused about other people's stories that you just kind of feel the need to create some stories of your own by playing the game. And then you read the wiki for many hours. And these are the people who typically will stick with it. People who read the wiki for many hours. Because if you go without reading the wiki, well, you might have fun experimenting. Some people do that. She's wearing a cap, a hood, a robe and a cloak, and a dress. Okay, so she's got layers too. We're going to try to give her simpler layers than we did for our friend Ming Muban Kabuku. You can see over on the left side there. But yeah, we're going to try to keep it simple. So robe, cap and hood. Okay, so we'll do the cap over the hood again. Not actually sure which way it goes in the real true life Dwarf Fortress. Do they wear the cap over the hood or do they wear the hood over the cap? But yeah, it's a spider cloth hood. Yeah, dwarves are like onions, says Ocean Bug, 1949. They have many layers and they just love to flaunt their layers. Sometimes to the point of where it'll almost bring about their death because they should be dressed for war, but they're just so obsessed with having their layered socks or what have you. They're like, oh, maybe I won't put on that beautiful steel armor you've crafted for me. I've got these shoes and these socks, so more layers. Xarionac says they like to do their own thing most of the time. Get ideas from other streamers sometimes. That's the way to go, really. Some people like to copy others, which is all well and good. We all have our own kind of preferences. But with Dwarf Fortress, it's hard to... So does that mean you've not studied the wiki and studied what's out there as far as other dwarven artisans? This humble dwarf's favorite would be Krug Smash. That's what got us into it for real. Like before that, there was Boat Murdered, which is a classic story, somewhat vulgar, but very funny from the olden days. Oops, when elephants were a menace. Elephants would kill everything. And then there was only one Z level, so there would be a very different way of... We're gonna make her happy. It'd be a different way of approaching kind of the end game. But thankfully, much has been added to improve the game since those olden days. Spending hours in the wiki, Ep7 mentions. Indeed, it's the dwarven way. Although I do love watching the streamers who are new to the game and don't know anything, so like anything about how to win at Dwarf Fortress, any of the kind of the optimizations and the techniques that have sort of become, okay, this is challenging. But the techniques and things that have become standard, like they'll say, oh, I have a beekeeper, so I better do some bees, and then we can have honey. And then this humble dwarf is watching, oh, that's so nice, you get to do bees, because like we kind of look at it like bees are useless, but if you didn't know that, you could have a more fun time just kind of experimenting, enjoying having some bees, having them buzzing around. It is tempting actually to do a bee fortress one time where we go all in, make some bees. Okay, let's get this face somewhat in order. It's sort of getting there, but it's also looking sort of weird. But we're not going to make it perfect this time. Far from it. Yeah, she's just in her own world, in a blissful state of mastery over the pigs. Our pig master. Oceanbug mentions mittens over gloves, capes over cloaks, over coats, over vests, over dresses. Oh goodness. Cape, cloak, coat, vest, dress. Wow, that is some good quality dwarven layering. And Ep7 mentions they thought he knew a lot about DF until starting to stream. Quote, then I had to start putting my pickaxe where my mouth was. That's right. And you like to do the quantum stockpiles, which the humble dwarf has yet to attempt. It seems like one of those things that takes a lot of extra planning, effort, knowledge. This humble dwarf is still struggling to get the dwarves to even wear the armor so they can go into combat properly. It's not as easy as you might imagine. Okay, her face is kind of something. Get a little more brightness. Just do some nice highlights there. Her copper skin tone. Hervad. She's a normal-looking dwarf. At least that's how she's described. We're trying to draw her somewhat normal-looking. Blissfully milking the pig. Okay, well the pig is really the star of this, so we can probably leave Hervad slightly wonky in the face, but we'll just smooth her out and then call her a dwarf. Call a dwarf a dwarf. Yeah, it's always fun streaming because people will kind of show up to teach us things that we didn't know. Like this humble dwarf has learned multiple things from our audience, you might say, our friendly chatters. And it's much appreciated whenever we're like, how does this work? Or why is this not working? Often somebody will say, oh, it's because you need to, it's hard to think of an example. Okay, Hervad, you need to calm down. You need to be done. She's getting to the point where we can say that she's acceptable. Yeah, it's all about the pig, really. We'll just heighten the contrast on the pig just a bit. We'll high contrast it up. Oh yeah, pig's a different layer. There we go. Piggy. The pig doesn't have a name, it's just a sow. So we can't say what its name is or anything, but it's a pig and it's got golden hair, so we're gonna, okay, that's as good as it's gonna get. So we're gonna make the hair of the pig gold. Like this. We go, gold, what color is gold? Something like that, and then we'll do like a big contrast. Okay, so we were enjoying having these kind of hairs on the back. It's like sort of a boar, like a hairy boar or something. It's got almost like a little mohawk. Okay, we're almost done. A couple more colors in the gold hair. Let's probably do a dark and then a light, and that'll be it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Stylish pig. Okay, the dark, we'll try to be a little more careful and just put it underneath or something like that. It acts like a bit of a shadow, hairy pig shadow. Yes, hairy pig shadows. Okay. And then we'll see what progress we can make in the actual world of the dwarves. There, and now we just need a nice golden highlight. Almost the same color as Urvad's own hair. Maybe that's why she likes the pigs so much. Or maybe she likes them so much because the autocratic dwarven overseer told her that's what she has to do with her life. Anyway, she seems to have accepted her fate. Okay, this is the piggy. Oh, it's impossible not to smooth his legs just a little bit. It's unavoidable. They must be just slightly smooth, just to soothe, solace our mind. Okay, and then her back area there is just a little too colorful. Oops, let's go on the Urvad layer. There, just do that and call it a drawing. We always say that and then fix a few more things. Piggy needs a shadow. Okay, Piggy's done. So we're gonna bring it into, let's merge it down with Urvad. There, now it's one picture. Now we're gonna just make it its own little image so we can enjoy this. Okay, like that. We'll save it as a transparent PNG. We'll call it Urvad milking a pig. Even though you guys won't see this title, it's good to be organized in Dwarf Fortress as in life. Okay, and then we'll go back over and prepare this for the next drawing, for when that next drawing will happen, which probably be in about 45 minutes. So now we'll jump on over back to the dwarves, and hey, why don't we add Urvad milking a pig. There she is. Ah, okay. Now down to dwarven business. Something has to happen here. But what that is anyone's guess. Maybe the dwarves need a little more copper. Let's see, because this squad may have been sucking up the copper so that the other squad didn't get any, because these two, they're just idly waiting for copper. Looks like the copper ones are all covered. Oh, we got two copper squads. Wow, but they're both full, so they may have taken it up. The bronze squad is a little lacking. They need some more, let's see, legwear, shields, axes. So the axes have been ordered. As you can see, it'll say Forge Bronze Axe. Indeed, there it is at the Serious Gear Workshop. So hopefully one of our weaponsmiths will go on ahead and do that. Although it looks like somebody's claimed it first. So actually what we're going to do is just free that up. Let's not do it as a specific one. We'll just do it as a general work order, because our dwarves have been getting very confused about work orders and that specific place. Like, they don't seem to want to do the right thing. They don't seem to want to make anything out of metal. It's kind of weird. We have 2 bronze mail shirts. So maybe if we remove all restrictions and just say make it anywhere, then they'll actually get around to it. 1 bronze helm. We have loads of copper helms, so nobody's ever going to be hurting for a copper helm. Those are really intended as trade goods and practice. Practice for the copper crafters. So let's just make kind of a general pile of bronze armor. Oceanbug asks if Meng is feeling better. In fact, we did check his eyes and there were no tears in them. So even though he's portrayed there with tearful face and tearful eyes, he has stopped crying, at least for the time being. So for what it's worth, it's something. Can't say if he's happy. He's still been frustrated. He hasn't really been praying, so we did make that little praying spot for him so he can hopefully get some prayer done, commune with his various deities. But you know, the most important thing is that he just digs out our massive cavern, because really, what do you want but a massive cavern for your dwarves? We got something like all of the bronze things now queued, sort of, maybe. There's probably one of these that we haven't done. but it's so hard to tell sometimes. We got axe, greaves, shield, gauntlet. So we could maybe use some helms, and that might actually be it. And boots, helms and boots. It'd be cool if you could queue multiple orders at once. That would be a great thing for them to add in the new Dwarf Fortress. Because going in and typing in bronze every time, like, wouldn't it be great if we could just go in there and put check marks on 6 different things and it would do them all? This humble dwarf thinks that would be great. Of course, somebody's probably already done that with Dwarf Therapist, or sorry, with Dwarf DF Hack, aka DF, making the game more convenient and playable. Mangled feathers, rotten nervous tissue. So the feathers don't seem to be useful for anything. Do they even have a spot in here? Because if we look at refuse, there's body part, item types. So we could put feathers inside, but this humble dwarf does not know if they will even make anything out of the feathers. We don't know how to do that after all, if it's even possible. If we don't know if it's possible, and if it is, we don't know how to do it. So that's cool. It might be fun to make another nest box or two, but we got a lot of nest boxes. Our chickens are doing well. Our piggies are procreating. We've had a lot of pigs. Actually, we don't even know how many pigs we have, but it's not just a few. It's like there's a sow, piglet. Why don't we do a count, pig count? So we're up to 2, 4, 5. How many more pigs can we get? That's not a pig, it's a pea chick. 6, 7. There's a lion. 8, 10. Yeah, 11, 12. We got 12 pigs at the moment. We're loaded with pigs. And as you can see, Urvat is having a time of her life, milking them all. She's the only one on milking duty, I'm pretty sure. How many dwarves are digging right now? 1, 2, 3, 5. We have five dwarves are digging. And they're all digging here. This is the only task we have for our dwarves. This ridiculous, gigantic project. And after we've dug out this massive cavern, we're going to tell the dwarves to bring buckets of water from the well. And they're going to dump water all over the floor. So we're going to make huge areas of pond, it's considered. And then that'll tell them to grab some water, which will somehow magically make dirt. And from there, we'll have trees. It's all about the trees, so we can say goodbye to the surface. And this is the only thing we really need from the surface right here, our wood supply. But nobody really wants a wood supply. I mean, they want a wood supply, but they don't want to get it from here. Too dangerous, because it could be full of goblins. In fact, we do want to do some raiding. We'd love to raid the local settlements. It's one of the most fun things you can do. But it's a bit of a worry because there have been some software glitches that have affected the dwarves who go on raids. We've heard stories of dwarves who come back wearing no clothes or forget how to put things on when you put them on a raid. Somehow their possessions become corrupted by an evil force. And it just leads to chaos. So no one's forging. That's okay. Well, what are they doing? What are you doing, you dwarves? We've got an armorer storing something in a bin. Blacksmith storing something in a stockpile. Furnace operators are doing their work. It seems like they're busy storing things for the most part. So how about we don't have armorers store things? Oh goodness, this dwarf's clothes are all damaged. There, it's got these X's on them. Showing some wear. Showing some wear is not so bad. But once those clothes really start to fall off, then the dwarves will get unhappy. We're not there yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, if you are in any way a metalworker, you are now exempt from hauling. We've got enough dwarves to do hauling, so they don't have to. So Kosoth, you're free. Free to work even harder. Dodok, why are you meditating? You should be working, but that's okay. At least you won't be carrying stuff around. And who else do we have? Zon and Namnomal. Apparently Zon's a blacksmith. We have blacksmithing work to be done. Zon, get back to blacksmithing. And who else do we got? Furnace operators are good. They're loving life. They're just smelting away. They've been smelting for, like, it's impossible to express how long they've been smelting. They're smelting machines. And we are set for metal. But we're still going to keep smelting away because we're dwarves. Smelting is what we do. So with luck, these dwarves will finish their current stockpile, bin, barrel, storage task. Oh, somebody just claimed a workshop. Wonderful. Okay, so we'll check that out in a moment. And hopefully we'll get an artifact this time, because last time we had an artifact, the dwarf just needed shells and it was a whole disaster. Because we really wanted to draw that artifact, and whatever this one is, if they manage to produce it, it will be done. We will see what it looks like. So there they are, this pink exclamation point. They're running around, apparently, which is excellent. We love to see a possessed dwarf who's running around, not just standing still. Why don't we take a look at Onal's personality? How long have they been with us? Who are they? What is their gender? He's male. He was unable to pray to Ryzen, Auburn Bronze, the Puce. Okay, somebody just mentioned Ryzen, so this is who he was unable to pray to. Ryzen, Auburn Bronze, the Puce for too long. Oh, he also wanted to pray to Ull, and he wanted to acquire something. That just means they need to carry stuff around, crafts specifically. But he's got that pleasurable memory of a fine table, so hopefully that'll keep Onal going. Just keep remembering that table. He's 58. His sideburns are long and braided, but what color are they? His skin is pale pink. His hair is burnt umber. Does anybody know what color burnt umber is? The simple dwarf has a vague idea. It's sort of like a brownish color. Let's see. Burnt umber color. Oh, it's a dark brown. It's a dark red brown. So he's got dark red brown hair, gap teeth. His hair is long, neatly combed. He's got a braided beard and a braided mustache. Now that, and braided sideburns. Okay, we may have to come back to Onal at some point and just draw him, because a dwarf with a braided beard, mustache, and sideburns is like the golden trio of dwarf features. He has a very high voice, not a very high voice, but a high voice. Eyes are emerald, just like all our dwarves. Hook nose, and that's about all we know about him. Let's see, he's a citizen of our civilization, the Sack of Smokes, and he arrived in 126, the year 126, which was about a year ago. So let's see what he's gonna do. He looks like he knows what he wants, so he's actually running up to the giant cavern, so he's either going to be grabbing a rough gem or some stone. Probably a rough gem. He could have just gone downstairs and got one from our large stockpile. Hopefully it's not a stone, because if it's a stone, it's going to take him ages to carry it down. Let's see, what does he want? You want Onal. Hopefully there's no cave-in that suddenly kills him. We did have a dwarf pass away in a cave-in earlier. Looks like he wants one of these pink things. Okay, well, let's check what that is. It's called Morganite. Huh. One of those obscure gems that you'd never hear about unless you're playing Dwarf Fortress. Let's see what it looks like in real life. The wizard says Morganite is pink. They got the color right. It's sort of a pale pink. It's not really this saturated. It's more like a rosy pink and faint. And then in terms of Dwarf Fortress, you ask, what is Morganite? What's the significance of it? Well, it's a barrel. It's only got a value of 20, so it's not going to contribute a whole lot to the price of this artifact. And it's on a Craftsdwarf's workshop, so it'll be interesting. There's a lot of different things it could be. Could be a crown, could be a scepter, could be, so we're taking bets on what artifact he's going to create. If anybody wants to place a bet, if you win, you get to name a dwarf. This is how we do it. So that one's been claimed, but we can just take a look at the Craftsdwarf shop to see what the options are. Where's the other Craftsdwarf? There it is. So he could be making any of these things. It's probably something rock, but maybe not. Could be a crown, ring, earring, bracelet, large gem. Can they make an artifact large gem? Probably not. It can be a toy. We've seen a toy already, a toy boat. Presumably they can make all this furniture, not a hive or a pot, maybe. We'll find out. But yeah. What are the dwarf's likes? Oh no, that would be cheating, wouldn't it? Okay, we'll check his likes when he starts crafting. Okay, we have some guesses coming in. Ocean Bug is guessing a toy. Barbara's voting for earring. All right. Well, we'll give you a chance to name Onal. That would make sense if one of you gets it right. This humble dwarf is going to guess on what we would most likely to see, which is a crown. So if it's a crown, then the winner will be Grunchch. If it is a earring, Barbara, and if it is a toy, it will be Ocean Bug. This dwarf is looking weird. Red, militaristic. We have another guess, a figurine. Oh, the dead walk. That is not something we normally want to hear. Now, last time the dead walked, they just left us alone. But we can't assume that such is going to happen again this time. This is looking actually terrifying. Perhaps a fortress-ending threat, but we do have a sturdy bridge to block the door. So we're going to call everybody inside. And hopefully these fellows just go away. But oh goodness, there's a lot of them. What do we got? Yeah, all these corpses aren't going to go anywhere. Necromancers will leave, but corpses will just mill around, and they are a huge threat, especially if they have weapons. So let's take a look at them. This might inspire some artwork possibly, but we have to do the artifact too. Well, hopefully we get that far. Oh boy, an iron battle axe. This one appears unarmed. Oh, it's a necromancer. And there's actually other ones we can look at here. Yeah, there's a battle axe dwarf. This one, another battle axe. So 2 battle axes. This one's got a steel crossbow. Will an undead dwarf shoot its crossbow? This one's armed with a book. A silver mace. Okay, well, we have a mace squad. They have been training. Let's see how good they are. This is the merc dwarves, but up here we have our mace dwarves. Competent, skilled. Okay, so they're getting there. They have a little skill. Okay, it's time to call the dwarves inside. So we're gonna go here. Yeah, it's unfortunate this came at this time where it would distract us from our lovely artifact that was being made, but we're gonna activate run away. Everybody go inside and pray you make it before the dead reach us. Let's see what they do. They're not looking very... Oh, wow, okay. They're just coming in wave after wave. We cannot handle that many undead. Wow. What did it just go to? It just... Intruders drive them away. Oh yeah, so that's saying that we've now spotted them. Some dwarf has spotted these intruders, or is there one even closer? Perhaps what happened is the yak spotted them. The animals are gonna be goners, unless we can quickly pasture them, but it's gonna be too late for that. We're gonna have to just proceed with our pigs and let the yaks be as they will. Okay, well, more intruders. Yeah, we've noticed they are indeed here. How many necromancers? Now there's 5 or 6. 6 necromancers, mostly hostile. Oh, are they leaving? They look like they're leaving. The necromancers are leaving. So that's kind of the best we could hope for. So many undead. Yeah, it's the best we could hope for in terms of the necromancers going away, but the undead are just like a force of nature. And they're still coming in. They're still entering the map. That is terrifying. Okay, well, it's been fun. It's been, hopefully we're not going to have too much more fun. Oh yeah, the combat has started, and it looked like we saw some bolts flying too, so it would seem that those undead bolt shooters are indeed able to shoot their bolts, even while dead. And it looks like none of the dwarves are outside anymore. Smart dwarves. We might want to do a last double check, but it seems that they've all hidden away, so we'll give them another moment, and then, okay, now we're going to lock the door. Somebody, hurry. Mace weapon traps, Xerionax suggests. That is a good idea, and we may indeed do that. We have cage traps, as you can see. We have a sad little pile of cage traps, but yeah, some kind of weapon traps. Like, maybe what we'll do is first we lock the door. Somebody please lock it. Oh, nice, a yak ran inside. We could just unpasture the animals and give them a chance to run in. Or we can just leave them out there. Because then they might give our dwarves a fighting chance of running away. But we'll just unpasture everything and then it can run for its life back to the meeting hall. Yeah, that's about the best we can do for them. There's very little hope for them. Is this bridge closed? How do we even tell? Ooh, scary. Oh, it's closed. Okay, so much for the animals coming inside. But at least we're safe. Oh, it's tragic. Wow, they're pretty smart. These Mark's dwarves corpses. Let's check one of them out. We're not going to let this deter us from finishing that artifact and seeing what happens with Ono. She's of course highly injured. It's missing some skin, nervous tissue, muscle from her lip. Ugh. Okay, well, hopefully no dwarves are outside. We should be pretty safe. And that's the whole reason why we made this cavern. The cavern of trees. So that we don't have to ever go out there. Because it is not nice outside. It was already not nice, and now it's really not nice. Hopefully we haven't left any gaps in our wall. That would be cause for concern, but it seems like we haven't. The undead will first gratuitously destroy all our animals, and then they'll do something else. Oh no. Okay. We thought for a second Oh no was standing still in the workshop, which could have meant they didn't have everything they need for their artifact, but it looks like they're not. So yeah, the undead are just kind of congregating around here now. And this herd, oh, they are congregating around the yak, it would seem. And now they don't know what to do. There's no more animals to kill, so this isn't a hole in the wall, is it? It's just spattered in donkey blood. Okay, yeah, we got solid walls of dirt. What is that? Not a cat. No, it's just a cavy. And the horse and yak and rooster are running away. Okay, well, there's no way the mace dwarves can handle all this, so we're gonna have to do an inside life for a while. And yeah, we should start actually setting up our trap hall. Make an epic trap hall. We have lots of metal after all. Let's just order like 1,000,000 weapons. Maces, or we could do, is there a blunt trap component? First we're going to find that strange mood dwarf there. There's Ono. Okay, we'll see what Ono's up to. Oh, have they claimed a workshop? Yeah. Xerionax suggests spiked balls, but this humble dwarf is pretty sure that spiked balls hit for piercing. Yeah, it says, the wizard says they don't do blunt. They do 3 spike attacks. So it looks like maces are going to be the way to go. So we'll just start cranking out maces and make a massive pile of mace traps. And then we'll put a bridge at the end so that once the enemies get to the end of our trap hall, we can just bridge them in and stop them in their tracks. So we'll start it right here, connected to the meeting hall. That's not a bad idea, right? Okay, so we'll go, let's see, how far can we make this? We can actually make a really long trap hall. Maybe excessive, but in this kind of thing, longer the better usually. Just have to be very careful not to leave any diagonal entrances, which would open it up to the outside place of doom. Okay, so we'll do it right there. The dwarf who cuts the last tile is going to be in danger, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about that just yet. Hopefully they will be all good. Now, if this dwarf is asking for shells, we're going to be very disappointed. The crafts dwarf keeps muttering, Zalus Vukrig et Bisol. That's a new one. What is Zalus Vukrig et Bisol? Is this some kind of fantastical strange mood where they speak Dwarvish? Keeps muttering. Maybe what they're doing is creating it right now. Did it say that they've... Oh yeah, they've begun. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. Nothing to worry about there. Let's just start making our spiked... Or not spiked balls, but maces. And yeah, let's just make maces. Oh, we have to pick a metal. Okay. Silver's good. Copper we have plenty. Let's just do like 100 of each. Is that too many? Let's do 80 of each. And then we'll put another dwarf on weapons, and we'll start cranking out mechanisms too. So we did copper, do silver. Oh, we did silver twice. Okay, we'll do copper now. Silver's twice because there's twice as many. We'll say that's why. Because we need twice as many because it's twice as good, that is. We thought we had some other metals. Lead. Oh, you can't make a lead mace. Okay, so it's going to be copper and silver. We don't really want to waste our bronze on it, but we can use up copper because we got lots of copper. And let's just have a look at our handy old dwarf therapist. See if anybody's got weaponsmithing skill. Or how many people have it. There is one here, Minkot, who is acting as a wood burner. Okay, what we'll do is we'll get all the dwarves who are not busy, and we have a list of dwarves who are not busy. So Lore, Uzul, Sheched. We should probably pause the game while we do this, because we're not watching it. So Lore, Uzul, Sheched. Shesed. There. You are a weaponsmith. And Kivish Tostadio. You are a weaponsmith. The same thing for Rigoth Kilredozat and Lorbam Sizirgath. Lorbam. And finally, Momaz Nazamoses. Lots of weaponsmiths to make lots of maces, to make lots of mace traps, to actually get rid of those nasty undead. Okay, now this dwarf will finish their artifact soon, and we can all rejoice while we cower in fear. Somebody might dig that out, which will be beautiful. We'll order about 1,000 mechanisms. It actually doesn't take 1,000 mechanisms. Oops, we are pushing the wrong button. Q, mechanism. We're gonna make them out of rock, good old rock. So it takes about 1 mechanism per trap. Oceanbug 1949 asks, does anyone know what CLT by a workshop's name means? In fact, this humble dwarf does know what that means. It's short for cluttered. It means that the shop is full of stuff and it's going to work at less than maximum efficiency in terms of it's going to produce stuff slower because it is just too full of stuff. That's all it is. So we're going to make some, we're going to make gold. We can make gold mechanisms. That's kind of cool. Let's make some nickel mechanisms just because we can. 80. We don't have probably 80 nickel bars, but how many nickel bars do we have? Quick check. Our favorite menu. We have 111. Okay, we can make lots of gold nickel mechanisms. Are these dwarves making stuff? No. Shouldn't there be some maces in this listing? Oh, right. The jobs haven't been approved yet. So we're all good there. Wow, intense. Okay, you've got to be almost done your artifact now, Ono. Let's watch Ono. Oh, the stray yak cow has been found dead. Who found it? That's a weird thing, because there's no dwarves outside. Hopefully. Is it like the animals are all finding each other dead? Most likely that's what's happening. And anyway, it's kind of odd. Yeah, we're getting this thing of can't make ash, needs logs. Maybe it's time we actually start growing our trees inside. Because come to think of it, we don't want to run out of wood. Actually, we don't want to run out of wood so we can keep foraging things. But we do still have some fuel saved up. We have 141 charcoal. And they won't keep burning it into ash because they've run out of wood to use for fuel, so we should be safe. So we'll let Onal finish the artifact. Oh, and the reason why it was a red dwarf was because Onal is a mace dwarf, and they are red. So it wasn't a child. It's just there's always some confusion between children and mace dwarves. And Onal changed color because they went on duty while they were doing their artifact. Aha, here we go. Zealous Vukrig Etpisol. It's a figurine. We have a winner. Sarionak guest figurine. It is a marble figurine of dwarves. So whatever you want Onal's nickname to be, it's now all up to you. And this humble dwarf gets to draw this fantastic figurine. So let's see. Let us look at our fantastic new figurine. Oh, that's funny. It's listing a book that is carried by a necromancer. Okay. Zealous Vukrig Etpisol. Wardrift, the late piece. Yeah, it does feel like the piece is kind of late coming here. Maybe it won't even come. Anyways, we got a marble figurine of dwarves. It's worth a good amount, actually. That's a new record. Our previous high was 57. Onal the Pulper. Nice. All right. So we're going to customize this dwarf. See, it's kind of hard to get that O with a slash, but we can do it. We'll make it true to the dwarf. Presuming this dwarf fortress will let us paste, it should. Okay, can even do a capital O. Oh, no, it's not letting us paste. All right, so let's do Onal. Onal the Pulper. Beautiful. May she pulp many undeads. Now let's take a look at Zealous Vukrig Etpisol, the late piece. It's marble. It's a figurine of dwarves. Let's see. An image of traveling dwarves around a procession held by our civilization in the year 95. It was called the Procession of the Ochre Festival. It's decorated with a giant Kia bone. How appropriate. Encircled with bands of square-cut black zircons, bronze, and llama leather. So it's got 3 things encircling it. It's got spikes of llama wool. Oh goodness, wool spikes. And it's also got an image of 6-sided, long, 6-sided prisms. What is a 6-sided, long, 6-sided prism? Is that this must be some kind of 3D shape. You can maybe represent those as pillars. On the item is an image of Ezum Nailadek, the dwarf, in giant Kiabone. Ezum Nailadek is contemplating. So it's got a dwarf thinking. Oh, and that was Ezum. Oh, that's the one that we lost. Ezum, the one who wanted shells. Oh, what a tragic artifact. Okay, well, let's have a go at it. It's very detailed, we'll say. Very detailed. Okay. So it's a figurine of dwarves, but it's also got an image on it. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 in terms of imagery and being a figurine. And it's made of marble. It's like decorated marble. So we'll start by just going with a pure white, and then we'll build it up and make it look more like okay, so dwarves traveling, masterful image of dwarves traveling. Let's show them from below. We're going to simplify the dwarves. It's a procession, so the ochre, what was it, the ochre festival? Okay. The ochre, yeah, the ochre festival. 28th procession of it. So we'll try to make them have some ochre themes if we can. We can do like a small to big sort of thing. Okay, and then there's also those six-sided prisms. What is this 6-sided prism? Let's consult the wizard on that one. Yeah, we could easily just make it a sort of a pillar. So we'll do that. So we'll have these pillars. They're also made of marble. We'll start them as a different color out in the back. This is quite the challenge, but this kind of represents the beauty of the ochre procession. To have some pillars kind of setting it off. So there's dwarf. And nextly, it's got all kinds of decorations. Is anything ochre? Not really. Llama wool spikes. The bone can be somewhat ochre. It's decorated with bone and encircled with bands. So we can do the black zircons kind of around the bottom. Oh, the bronze can represent the ochre of the ochre procession. And there's also an image of a dwarf in giant Kiabone. So she'll be sort of hovering in the clouds to represent how she didn't make it. Contemplating dwarf in Kiabone. Okay, so Kiabone is going to be, just to distinguish it, it's going to be more of a kind of bone color. We'll show her contemplating with her hand on her chin. We can't actually check what this dwarf looks like because she died, so we don't really know. But we'll just picture her as a contemplative dwarf, and then we can have like a little shell. Because she just obsessed with shells, and that was her downfall. 2 shells, yes. I'll assume 2 shells. Okay, so we'll do a little bronze encircling it. Like this. Actually, it's got multiple things encircling it, so that could be kind of cool. We can do each dwarf encircled with something different. We've got square cut black zircons, bronze, and llama leather. So we'll do square cut black zircons for the front dwarf. And we're just going to consult the wizard for what's a black zircon. Clearly it's some kind of black gem. Okay, black zircons are kind of opaque and shiny. So we'll just do like a very dark black. Okay, so these are square cut. So they'll sort of look like that. And yeah, that blends into the background, doesn't it? But we'll do a little highlight to make it stand out. Geez, Alon really went to town on this one. Okay, so that's going to be our beginnings of a square cut black zircon. Yes. just like that. And then we can do a little more of a kind of a bright face here to show that it's really reflective, like that. And then, so this dwarf has kind of a round shape. The dwarves are going to be quite simplistic. We'll give them a sort of similar face to what we did on what's her name over there, killing the Kia, the death of birds. So marble, what color is marble? It's mostly gray, so we'll use gray. So yeah, there's a solemn procession. Solemn yet respectful there. Okay, so this is bronze here, bronze encirclement, band of. This is clearly the black zircons up here. Square cut. Maybe we can do a little circle of bronze to hold those in, like that. And then the bottom dwarf. Let's do kind of looking, yeah. We're figuring out the perspective here. What does it mean that it's decorated with Kia bone? When something's decorated with Kia bone, how does one show that? One could just do arbitrary decorations. Just some little details, Kia bone details. Okay, so this will be, maybe we can make the llama wool spikes represent the shells. So we'll do that. Here's a llama wool spike. Here's another llama wool spike. And we'll just shade them up a bit, or shade them down, whichever reposition makes more sense to you. There it is. And this is a marble spike too, so we're going to kind of make it our marble color, but we'll have it be a little bit darker because it's in the background. Don't want it to stand out too much while still looking marbly. Yeah, so it was going to be multiple prisms, but then it became one prism. Just basically holding the image of our cherished lost dwarf in Kia bone, our favorite material. You never have too much Kia bone. Because every time you have Kia bone, that means there's a dead Kia somewhere. So this is kind of like bone, so it's going to be a little sort of notched, grooved like that. And we'll do a little highlight to highlight those kind of notchy grooves, groovy notches. And then just set a little contrast too. Okay, so here's our rendering of the dwarf in Kia bone. That's more or less done. It's going to be kept quite simplistic. Because boy, did they ask a lot of us with this artifact. Okay, but any dwarf would be proud to have this figurine. Well, maybe they will when it's done. We can't say for sure. Okay, we'll do little gaps between them, little definition on the head, and then we'll do sort of a darker area underneath. This dwarf's head is too tall. Make it more bulbous and dwarven. Just like that. Okay, and then this back marble thing is gonna have to be smoothed a little bit later. But we're just gonna do it like that for now. So it sort of keeps the highlight on it, around it, whatever you want to call it. That's green for no reason. It's fine. Okay, so this is now marble. I'm calling it marble. We have really no choice but to call it marble. Marble is a fun material. It's a fluxstone if you ever find iron. It's luxurious. It may or may not be more expensive. Symbol dwarf is not sure. That's sort of looking like marble. The one thing with marble is it has veins. So you can do kind of like neat little designs through it, like maybe like sort of like this. Might help it to look more marble-like. We should do some slightly lighter stuff too, just to really emphasize it or something. Okay, let's get this done. Do some dark shadows under their faces, which we kind of already had, but not a lot. And there's one. Yeah, so kind of like this. We'll go be strong with the shadows. And then strong with this too. Make the eyes more of a recess. Do a little highlight on the bottom of the eye. Same here. Shadows and highlights. And then we'll do a little bit lighter color, but still a bit darker, if that makes any sense. Darker but lighter to be the way leading up to the top. So these dwarves don't have beards. Maybe they should, but as we've seen from our fort, not all the dwarves actually have beards. So it may be more realistic to not give them beards. We'll just give them a kind of reverent expression. And that'll make up for any lack of beards. We can hope. It's not always in fashion, you know. Beards are not always done. Okay, this one needs some more highlights to make it. It's not highlighty enough. Yeah, that'll do. We'll say that'll do. There's our dwarf from Keabone. Smoothing her out just a bit, but not too much. Not too much. Or a little darker spot at the bottom. Okay, yeah, these artifacts are hard to draw. It'd be nice to have one that's just like a scepter with some gems on it or something like that. But, you know, we're gonna make this work. We're gonna do bronze. What does bronze even look like? It's kind of a dark, it's got a shine to it. So it'll have a light spot that's almost reddish pink. Kind of like this, yeah. So this is our band of bronze. This is too. And then it's even got a brighter highlight, which we can toss in right here, like that. And yeah, this can be redder too, like that, kind of like that. So it's not brass, it's not copper, it's bronze. And this is fresh new bronze too, it's not tarnished or corroded. And then it's gonna have a dark part too. So for the dark part, we can go kind of more saturated, but not too much. And toss her down in the gappy area. So that's a circle of bronze, this is a circle of bronze. Okay, now we're just gonna do basic highlights and form on these dwarves. So we'll kind of make them like dark at the bottom, fading up towards light at the top to give them a sort of a shape, but without going too deep into it. Yeah. This one's got a shadow of the head right there. I'll have it. And then kind of looks like a ridge there where it's dark below that. So that kind of shows you that there's a face that faces upward, a top side, if you will. Square off these square cut gems a bit. Let's make them a little more square and neat. So, because this one doesn't really look square, we'll make it square. Square it up. Or at least, if not square, sort of rectangular. There we go. Okay, so it's actually looking pretty close to acceptable now. It's got decorations of Keabone. Does it? No, it's missing the decorations of Keabone. But it's got spikes of llama wool up here at the top. It's got a portrayal of this procession from the Ochre, was it? Procession of the Ochre Festival. It's got the picture of the dwarf contemplating, although she doesn't quite have her hand on her chin. That's what we meant to do. Picture of contemplation, so we'll do that. Give her hand on her chin, as she deserves. Okay, that's more like it actually, even just with that small change. So we'll do like this is the underside of the arm, this is the arm, this is the hand here. Outline the hand and stick a highlight on the top so that she can look truly contemplative. Yes, there we go. And just highlight or shadow the edge there. Yeah, there, contemplating dwarf. Okay. Yep, looks good. Just highlight her a bit, and then we'll kind of emphasize this edge here. Maybe not quite that much, but we want it to be visible but not distracting, essentially. So that's probably good, and we'll do a similar thing for him. Start with high opacity, and then we'll do just a fine line of this darkest color. Darken there, the little shadow. And we can even make it darker here too, just to kind of show the overall shape, show that this part's more recessed, so it's more dark back there. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So this dwarf is just about done. We'll give him a little like bottom light. This one sort of already has one by accident. This one needs to be darker too on the bottom. Little baby dwarf taking up the back. He's part of the procession too. Look at me, I'm in a procession. It's like the dwarf that was carrying a baby on her back into battle. Except this one's into procession. Okay, let's see what features we're missing here. We got dwarves traveling. We don't have decorations of Keybone. We have black zircons and bronze. Llama leather. So we need the llama leather for the middle dwarf. That's okay. We have actually llama leather on this guy. Which layer are you, Ming? Okay. Pretty sure this coat was llama leather. So we'll just take those colors. This one will have kind of a vest. Can actually make it look slightly more like clothes, maybe. Like that. The 3 dwarves clad each in its own material. And let's give it a little bit of texture, or shape, more rather. But not a lot, just a little. That, and highlight these edges just a bit. Fix this where it overstepped its boundary. Or put a shadow between them, that'll help. Here too, cover up that excessive bronze, not brass. There. And just to be really awesome and cool, we can put a little like bronze colored highlight there. And a kind of reflection of the darkness there. Okay, now let's tighten up this bronze and make it go all the way around. This thing is nearing completion. Just a little bit more detail, a little bit more smoothing. And we're going to try to erase. Yeah. Not sure why it's not erasing. Okay, because we have multiple layers, that's why. We accidentally went and worked on a different layer. Okay, what layer are we on? This one. So we'll just merge these layers, and then we won't be confused anymore. There, like that. Okay, this guy's got his shape now. He's going to have a neat little corner at the top. Sort of like that. Just like that, actually. Because we're going to leave it. We're going to say, it is done, and then not touch it again. Okay, that's brass-like. This is kind of llama-like. Llama leather. Don't want it to be too llama-like. People just get creeped out. Okay. That's roughly smooth. Roughly. And we'll smooth it just a tiny bit more and kind of like give it a consistent shape and color all the way across. Yeah, like that. There. Now this guy needs some shadows under his zircons to really tie it all together. Shadows make it connect the pieces of the art associated to one another, just like Ral is associated to her jewels. Not Ral, Ryzen. Okay, and then we go over here and, well, let's smooth this guy down, or up, whatever, a little bit. Just get his body kind of looking a little bit more rounded. It's almost there. We'll do a cute little shadow under this llama leather. Like that. Yeah, perfect. Perfect-ish. And then we'll smooth out our little baby dwarf. Don't know his name. Maybe Bemble. Bemble feels like a baby name. One of this humble dwarf's earlier fortresses, we had a werebeast invasion. I have to remember actually what kind of werebeast they were, but there was a baby dwarf named Bemble who kept turning into some dark creature. So we trapped him. Everybody else was traumatized by walking past the corpses that Bemble had dismembered. We trapped him in a little room, and the fortress was almost saved, but then something else happened. Something always happens. We've lost fortresses to undead, just like this one, but luckily we're not going to lose this one. We're going to stick it out. Onelzaphon is strong. We're ready to live underground. We know what it's like on the surface. We came prepared. Prepared to abandon the surface forever. Let's tie this in a bit. This is our llama wool spikes. They just need kind of some darkness to make them more visible. So we'll just do a bit of darkness around it up there. That's acceptable. Yeah, we got it encircled with bands of bronze, llama wool, and black zircons. What more could a dwarf want? Honestly, they could probably want some things they don't have here, but don't tell the dwarves that, because they're not going to get it. We don't want them wanting things they can't have, after all. Okay, this is lovely, wonderful, beautiful, smooth as a pig's backside. Smooth like a milky pig. Okay. Yeah, those heads are looking decently round, except for this one wants to be a bit rounder. We'll get back to dwarfing in a short moment. So we just get to the minimum level of smoothness. All crafts dwarfship must be of the highest quality, for this is truly an artifact. Okay, yeah, this is like kind of how we do it. So there, tighten that up, smooth it out, give them a top side, clear away any little bits that we think it's better without, like this right here. And then let's check our description, see if there's anything we're missing. We got her in Keybone, contemplating. We've got the, oh, it's a four-sided. Well, we'll just say it's got three short sides and one straight side at the back. So that's how it's a four-sided prism. It's close. It's perfectly accurate. You just can't see the one straight side in the back. And oh yeah, the one last thing we had to do is to decorate it with giant Keybone. So it's not spikes, it's decoration. It's not encircled with a band either, so it should be a little more whimsical. So that's what we're going to do for the base. We're going to have the base. In fact, the base can just be giant Keybone. Now, what kind of part of the Kia would be good to use? We could do like a scapula or something. Shoulder, Kia shoulder blade. I'm going to try to make this one large bone, so it's like sitting on a base of Keybone. It's going to be an arbitrary shaped bone piece. Not really based on any real bone, just we'll know it's bone because it tells us it is. So there, it's like maybe it's two different bones that have been stuck together. And the bone kind of forms like the ochre ground for the ochre procession. Make it look a little bit irregular and Kia-like. Then we'll take some dark. We will add some slight detail or random lines, you know, whatever you want to call it. Because this humble dwarf is ready to be done with this piece. Indeed, and so are all of you, no doubt. It's almost ready to call it done. We just need to kind of make it look less like... No, it looks beautiful. It doesn't look bad at all. What are you talking about? Okay, there. yeah, just some strange little divots and dark spots and Kias. They got weird bones, you know, weird shaped bones. Those giant Kias. We have lots of their bones. We have a whole stockpile outside full of Kia corpses, and we're slowly bringing them in and butchering them. All those Kia mangled skeletons. Turning them into lovely bones, which we can use to make lovely artifacts. Okay, so this is Kia bone. It doesn't want to overstay its welcome, so do just a little bit. Some major contrast, and is it done yet? Is it done yet? This is what artists always think when they're drawing. They think, have I done enough? Can I call it done? Do I need to fix it again? Or what all artists are really thinking. Not true, but close enough. Okay. The Dwarven artisans say, go home. You need to get a rest. Okay. Yeah, no, that looks decent. We're gonna make it smaller too, so it won't matter as much basically how it looks. Because it's just an artifact after all. It is worth a lot, but it's not like a dwarf, you know. Dwarves are more important. It's not about the artifacts, it's all about the dwarves. Especially the baby. Yeah, the baby really needs to get to bed. Okay, here we go. We have our first artifact. Would you look at that? Don't look too closely now. Okay, so we'll move this one over. Give it its own little space. And then we will make it transparent and fix this. We have a wayward piece of Kia bone there. Clear those up. Okay, now it's perfect. Now we're gonna crop it. Whoa, fun. Oh, yeah, okay. So that looks pretty close. Got those shiny black zircons. Now we're gonna save it as a transparent image. So this is a marble artifact figurine. Oh, Ocean Bug said, all you're thinking is that it looks great. Oh, this humble dwarf missed that first part. You're like, especially the baby. Oh, what about the baby? But this humble dwarf is very glad that you appreciate the baby. So thanks for that. And let's save it back to our normal format for next time. Dwarven illustration. Okay. Now we're going to just look at the game view, and we can put that with our other figurine. This one's worth way more. The other figurine is worth a little bit. This one is worth a lot. So we can leave it actually a bit bigger than the other artifact, at least for the time being. And look at us. We're back to the mass of undead swarming at our walls. Well, soon we're going to have loads of maces. How many people are actually making maces? Is anybody forging a mace? Pick up equipment. Well, still forge maces soon enough. We're just going to have to let them go about their business. They're going to have a little less to do because they won't be going outside. Some animals have been missing for a week. Not surprised. They're trying to catch animals, and they're going to be doing stuff. They're going to be finding they can't get outside for quite a while. But at least we have our lovely marble artifact with the four-sided prism and the ochre procession of dwarves. Yeah, that was created by a mace dwarf. He kind of felt it was his life's work that he had to create that. And we're glad he did. What are all these miners doing? Socializing? That's interesting. Why would the miners not be mining? One of them's going to pick up equipment. Did they all drop their pickaxes? This one's holding a pick. Huh. It's like all the miners decided to take a break at the same time. Socializing, praying. Oh, if Meng is socializing or praying, that would be good for him. Yeah, he's meditating. Hooray! Meng's taking a break. Oh, what happened is they must have finished the floor. They must have finished the current floor of their task, so they don't have anything to mine. Except that they do have something to mine right here, and nobody's doing it, which is a little weird. But yeah, basically, yeah, that's right. We're happy for Meng. And they haven't finished the floor, so that is odd, but oh, okay. The real reason is because these areas are not inside the burrow. We have to expand our burrow to include the areas where we want them to work. Although we'll just give Meng a little break. Let's say the miners can have a holiday. What day is it today? It's the 13th, so we'll give them until the 15th of granite. They can just chill. Miners can take a break, and then we'll have a look at Meng's thoughts and see how he is. He probably won't have any tears in his eyes at that point. He'll have alcohol in his belly instead, and good friends by his side. Well, look like the farmers are enjoying their new Farmers Guild Hall with their fantastically valuable weapon trap, keeping them company. Who do we have? Uvash and Abanabeltalsid. That's our broker, who is also our manager for some time. But then he was freed up because he was too busy managing and we needed him to plant crops. Yeah, no more plant gathering for a while, but we're really set for plants. Like we have almost 2,000 plants, 1,100 drink, and lots of prepared food. We're extremely well stocked. We may as well dig out some more stockpiles, actually. Speaking of stocked, because we're running out of space in these stockpiles, and yeah, we don't bother to really do like organized stockpiles for different things. We just do one massive stockpile and put everything in it except for the things that need to go somewhere else. So that's how this is going to work. We'll expand it by, say, 3 standard stockpile cells. There's 2, and we'll do one more. Right, let's do it right here. Be a little cheeky and keep it all misaligned. Yep. Sorry to the perfectionists in the audience, but these dwarves are imperfect, just like life itself. Ooh, that's really imperfect. Since we're on the theme of imperfection, we'll leave it. This one right here, there's an extra piece there. We could easily delete it. It'll only take a couple of button pushes, but we're going to try to learn to live with life the way it is. Oh, that's convenient. It's still inside the burrow, so they will start go digging here. And okay, so much for the break. Maybe we'll give them a break after they're done digging this out, because we just decided that we should have a little more space for all our stuff, because we have a lot of stuff. Oh, the mayor has mandated certain goods. Let's see what they want. What do we want? Large gems. We've already apparently fulfilled the mandate. Good for us. Our mayor seems to like mandating large gems. They've done it more than once. Maybe that was a different mayor one of those times, but it's a common occurrence. Look at all these miners. It's beautiful having so many miners. Very satisfying. How many miners? I can't even count them. They're moving so fast. 4, 7. This humble dwarf is pretty sure it's 7. Lucky number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 miners and 2 of them are meditating. Another animal is missing. Wow. Just like all our other animals. We have struck Shorel. What are they saying is inaccessible? Probably like going to store item in stockpile. It's probably wood that they're trying to stock. Maybe we should just get rid of our wood stockpile for now, or we'll just let them continually say that they can't find something to stock, because really, it's not a problem. We have so much message spam at the bottom anyway. Morian. This humble dwarf is pretty aware that Morian is like a type of helmet in medieval France or something like that. So it's also apparently a stone. Everything. Okay. So what is everything? Everything is animals, furniture, except for one very specific furniture, the ladder, known as other large tools. Everything is also ammo, coins, not gems, finished goods, leather cloth, trap components, armor, and sheet. That's everything. Okay, and they can resume, and they can all go back to their fun times. See there, look at them all. This trail of miners. not, they're happy. They're all no job. One's eating, one's picking up equipment, but they're basically jobless, which is sometimes how they want to be. And somebody will probably, oh, there he goes grabbing. Who's that? Godin is going to grab a gem and put it in the stockpile. What are these fellows doing? Oh, they're detailing the floor. Okay, the white ones are masons, it would seem, and the light gray ones are like miners. So what's the date? The 19th granite. We'll give them until, they'll say, the 21st to meditate, store owned items, socialize, all those things. And then we'll get them back to work. Somebody playing an instrument? No. See, we have our weapon rack, our armor stand that looks like a musical note, but that's just the nature of Dwarf Fortress. If you want to have a weapon rack that looks like a weapon rack, then anytime somebody's playing music, it's going to look like they flash a weapon rack. So this humble dwarf prefers to have them flash with a musical note when they're playing music. And as a sacrifice, our weapon racks can look like musical instruments, or rather, musical notes. Let's see, we'll follow Meng. Meng is meditating on crafts, so that would be putting Meng in good favor with Shasad. Shasad start machines, the barricaded girders. That would be the one that's a male dwarf, typically represented as a male dwarf, and associated with pregnancy. Watches over all of our pregnant dwarves and presumably pregnant piglets. And Shasad's also in charge of creation and crafts, so maybe Meng would like to do some crafting. Meng's never really been much of a crafter, not by his own choice. Let's see, does he have any crafting skills? Not really, he only knows how to mine. Actually, we told him what he knew how to do. We defined his attributes in the original 7 dwarves, and then he just mined for his whole life. So it's the 23rd. Okay, back to work, guys. Let's see how Meng's doing. See if he's any happier. He's meditating on crafts. We'll check out his thoughts. He feels wonder, remembering communing with the Tin Earth. Oh, he got into an argument. We give you like a day or 3 off, and you use it to get into an argument. Just great. He still wants to pray to several different people, but wait, one of those is, yeah, Shasad start machines, the barricaded girders. That's who he's meditating on right now. So with any luck, Meng will start to feel a little more happy and safe. So it's a little ironic our dwarves are all now living in the vermin trapping burrow. It's like we are the vermin trapped by the undead. So undo. Oh, how do you unpaint? Let's see, R, erasing there. And we have to go and set them to be able to work in the giant special mine project too. So we will currently painting, and then just say this is all part of the burrow. Just not this little edge, just in case somebody decided to go gather a plant in that little snippet. Although we wouldn't let them because there's a bridge in the way. Nobody can get outside, and rightly so. Who would ever want to go outside anyway? So we'll make this all the burrow. Is there an easy way to make the burrow? Well, we can just do this giant area for one. Let's do it giant area by giant area until the burrow covers all the dirt we need. And then once they finish this, well, we may as well start setting up the burrow on the floor below for when the time comes to mine it, which it will in a fairly short time. Okay, so that's all ready to get mined, and let's continue burrowing. Oop, we don't want to add a new burrow. Carefully delete just that burrow, not the other one. Okay, and then press enter to define this burrow. So it's going to include this whole area all the way to there. And we'll also include this big chunk. And a little more so we can really go wild with the mining. Although we may want to speed up our mining here now since we actually need the space. Could even go straight to mudding it up. Get those trees planted sooner. Because we're going to need that wood, maybe? It kind of seems like our dwarves are set, to be honest. They don't want for much. They have alcohol. They have a safe place to live, as long as they don't go outside. We even have a greenhouse, so we can grow those luscious outdoor plants like asparagus and celery year-round in the safety of our own garden. Okay, that's a beautiful burrow. They're going to start working, and then as soon as they finish that next level, then all of a sudden the miners are all going to go back into town and party. And we're going to be like, why are the miners all partying? Oh yeah, but at least they will have gotten a chance to party. Oh, this one's preparing a raw fish. There's a fun little change of pace for Zasset Telethazum. Where did they get a raw fish? Oh, that doesn't matter. Now, hopefully they'll start forging. It's not even showing the task to forge those maces. Has it been approved? Yeah, it's been approved. Something's up with our forges. None of them are listing a mace. Maybe we should just cancel some of these tasks from here, if that's even possible. It'll figure itself out. We don't need to go in right away. Let's see if we have any extra weapons while we're at it. Stocks, weaponry. Lots of forbidden stuff. It must be maybe what's being carried by the animals, the creatures outside. Unclear. 13 silver maces, some of which are forbidden. Probably being carried by these fellows. Boy, those necromancers. They did not care about us. This is Dingo Man Necromancer, still there. So this one hasn't left. His eyes are orange. It's just like a field of corpses. But if we open the door, chances are they would all rush in. But we do have a miner working here. It's Ustoots O'Neillreed. And we do have some mechanisms presumably being produced. We ordered them anyway. Where's the mechanic? Yeah, it's there. Looks like the task is not active. So why don't we just have a look at our dwarf therapist and see if we have anybody in mechanics who's also not busy. So we have Moldath Dacostulon. Furnace operator. So Moldath should be okay because masonry is not really doing anything. Furnace operator is not really doing anything. Moldath has been our go-to mechanic like since the beginning. So let's see what Moldath's up to. Moldath Dacostulon. Something like that. And it'll be easier to find them if we know what Dacostulon. They're a furnace operator. So they'll be in this section here. Oh, the furnace operators are smelting. Okay, so Moldath is a busy one. So we're going to want to assign somebody else to mechanics. It seems like Moldath is the only one who's currently assigned to mechanics. So why don't we have a look at our dwarf therapist? Mechanics is right here. Erdim is a lie maker. Erdim can be a mechanic. Because nobody's using lie right now, really. We don't think. Let's see, Erdim. We should have an Erdim who's a lie maker. We'll commit this. Erdim Gekith. Gekith Zerith. Where are you, Erdim? Oh, there's a lie maker, but that's not Erdim. There's Erdim Fikadkashan, brewer. It's probably here, just hiding amongst the other lie makers. Oh, it's because they're a wrestler. Okay, so Erdim's busy wrestling. So we should pick somebody who's like a wood burner. Because the wood burners are not busy at the moment. Yeah, we'll do Lore Uzel Shesed. That can be our mechanic. Okay, Lore. You're about to be really busy. Yeah, wood burning is not going to happen right now. They are a metalsmith, though. Oh, right. Okay, well, maybe we don't want them to do that. But they're not weaponsmithing. What's going on, Lore? Oh, hey, these places are actually busy now. Copper bolts, bronze battle axe, copper bolts. And a bronze gauntlet. Wow, all the forges are busy. That's good to see. So, yeah, Lore can do it. Why not? Let's make all these idlers can become mechanics. So mechanics are under engineering. And who else was idle? Kogan Atolodam. You also get to be a mechanic. And if we make 3 of them mechanics, then probably one of them will actually have time to do it. So the last one is Sodel Zelerkes. Yeah, they're a wood burner. Seemingly just a wood burner, so this is a really good one to assign. Must have been a dedicated wood burner, but they can also be a mechanic. What's going on up here? We got a Sodel. What's up with Sodel? They're like strange looking color on the same square with this dog. Oh, no, we don't want to do anything with the puppy. Sodel, what are you doing? Oh, meditating. Oh, right, because we put a church there. Yeah, that's our secondary church. That's why the dogs are hanging out there, because it's a meeting area. But either this one will start making mechanisms or somebody else will. Whenever they finish their little meditations, because they don't like to be interrupted. They are determined. Once they set their mind to a task, they will meditate to completion. So somebody's probably going to make mechanisms. Probably. And we can start thinking about what else we want to draw to. Oh, we could do a necromancer. Or we could do a zombie. Sure are enough. We could draw like a zombie standing over the dead body of our animals. But you know, this humble dwarf was thinking we might want to keep the drawings a little more lighthearted. Unfortunately, the results of our fort recently have not been so lighthearted. They've been tragic, you might say. Well, we haven't lost any dwarves. This is the first session since 3 sessions ago that we have not lost a dwarf so far. Knock on Featherwood. Yeah, Featherwood would be the luckiest. We're not in that good of an area, but knock on, let's see what kind of wood. That's an animal. Oh, we're in the wrong, there we go. Knock on oak, yeah. That we don't have any dwarves perish this time. We got in with remarkable effectiveness. Nobody was squashed by the bridge when it closed. Even one of the yaks ran inside. Probably, right? Do we have any yaks still alive? Yeah, we have a yak. This yak ran inside. Of course, it's going to die if it doesn't get to eat something, but didn't we have some cave moss? We did have some cave moss growing, like, yeah, right there, we got cave moss. So, and there's floor fungus. So we're going to create a new pasture right now while we're thinking about it. Like that. We're going to call this indoor grazing because we actually have some grazers and they need something to graze on. So sorry you can't be outside, but at least you can eat some floor fungus. And that should tide you over until we get our trap hall up and running and clear out the disgusting creatures outside. Won't that be a nice day? Yeah, the hall is all ready. It just needs the traps. Well, we may as well start placing what traps we can. Let's see how many mechanisms we have. Trap, weapon trap. Place it right there. We have 7 mechanisms. Oh, but you also have to choose the weapons, right? So we've got a couple of these discs, balls. We don't really have good things for hitting undead. The discs are good for chopping them into pieces. So we could just do a disc and a ball. Call that our first one, the disco ball trap. Why not? Oh, we're going to be making lots of traps, so that's the first one. So we can load those weapons into it. We're assuming that we'll be able to take the weapons out once they're done. So there we got a bronze shield, battle axe. There's still no actual weapons being made, strangely. Maybe we should just make another forge and they'll just decide to make weapons at that forge. We still have 100 charcoal, so that should be enough to make about 100 things. Interesting. Well, why don't we amuse ourselves by sending that squad, the bold explorers. Let's see, do they have any gear yet? They have a little gear. They've got a helmet, an armor, and a sword. And really, what more do they need, you know? None. None more than that. That's enough. Oh, what did we say? We didn't want to lose any dwarves? Well, that's... Oh, we caught the troll. Cool. Yeah, we will lose troll. We will gain troll and lose dwarves that way. So somebody should come and pick up that troll soon. And then, let's see. Squads, bold explorers. They'd have to be bold to even cross the water. But nobody said they weren't bold. They can check out all these crazy places. Can they get across water? They don't know how to swim, as far as we know, but if that one's a vampire, they'll be fine. Let's try it. We'll station them right up here. Oops. So we do M for move, and then enter, station there. Yeah, let's see how they do. So they should have become some kind of warriors recently. Let's see. Maybe not. We'll find the dwarves who are in that squad, and then Itib, Iteb, and Obak, Iteb, Usterthirth, and Obak, Kedulas, Dug. So there's Obak, and there's Iteb. They're not working yet. One's praying, one's storing them in a bin. But they've been stationed, so they should take up their military professions any moment now. And that should be a good adventure. An intriguing adventure. Yep, the captain of the guard is praying to Nigalak. Actually, that's very appropriate. Before you head out on your journey, pray to Nigalak. Donkey mutilated corpse, yeah, okay. Where did they go? This one. Nope. It's a blue one. Oh, so unreachable location. So maybe they can't swim and they won't attempt it. We'll find out. Once Iteb finishes praying, this is what we're watching. Oh, they're going to pick up their gear. He's going to pick up his gear. Yeah, Iteb is the suspected vampire because he came with a nickname. Now, Oceanbug asks, do we know if preparing a lot of meals makes your food store's number go down? In fact, it does not. No, when you prepare a meal, it creates a number of stacks of prepared meal equal to the number of stacks of ingredients that you put in. So, for example, if they were to take 5 brook lamprey, 2 amaranth leaves, and 4 rainbow trout, it would make a stack of, what's that, 7 plus 4? It would make a stack of 11. So it ends up with the same number of stacks, which is great. It means you can always just prepare meals and it makes the quality better, but it doesn't actually cost you any food. And it even has the advantage of letting you turn beer into food. So you can cook with 1 item of food and a bunch of items of beer, and somehow that becomes food. It's the dwarven way. So it looks like our soldiers are finding this location unreachable. They are not going to explore. They're not so bold after all. So we'll just cancel their order for now. Until we figure out another way to get them into the cavern. What we could do would be to create a different entrance. Like, we've got this entrance, but we can also look above and below. It's like below, that's all water, flooded. But if we go up, there's this whole area We could dig over and connect it and then send them in. Although we're not really seeing any areas they could explore without running into a dead end or water. Maybe up here if they can get up to the corner there. Because presumably it's connected. Difficult. Whoa, hey, there's a goat. It's still alive. One of our goats has survived. Poor thing. It's not going to get inside. It's just overcome by terror. Running around. There's a swarm of zombies coming for it. Shooting, lunging forward with their maces in hand. And crossbows and everything. Okay, let's follow this goat to its demise. Poor little goat. Oh man, it's going to get tired of running eventually. It seems to have escaped earlier, but then they found it. There's another one up there. They're everywhere. These ones are just hanging out by the yak bull corpse and the yak cow corpse. Or wait, those are undead. Oh, that's not a zombie standing on top of a yak bull corpse. That is an animated yak bull corpse. His teeth is gone. Sheesh. We never realized that the bulls were going to come back to bite us. We thought they would just distract the zombies, but they actually became zombies. The necromancers must have been scared. Because when necromancers get scared, they tend to raise bodies. So they were out there in the field of our dead animals, and oh, there's even a hollow one. There's a friendly hollow one. How did that happen? Oh my goodness. There's an undead Kia feather. It's worse than we thought. What does an undead Kia feather even do? How can a feather be undead? We've heard of hands being animated. Supposedly anything that can grasp can become undead. But a feather? Seriously? Okay, let's go to it. Let's follow it. Where is the feather? Oh, they animated all the Kia skeletons too. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're following Kia feather. It's not moving. Ocean Bug says, oh yeah, undead wool and feathers. Yeah, that's a feather. That's a feather. Okay, so it's not a Kia skeleton, it's just a Kia feather. A giant mountain goat. Undead corpse. Wow, and a giant Kia feather. This is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Okay, what else? The question is, are there any invaders still here? And yeah, there's one necromancer that decided to stick around, and there's, for some reason, a barn owl woman recruit. She's flying. One of those flying undead. Good thing they didn't get this giant mountain goat up here. Oh, so they've been like slaughtering the wildlife and then reanimating it whenever they get scared. Wow. Okay. Well, hopefully our dwarves will make some weapons soon. High boots. Oh, they're making a mace. Yeah. Okay, good. They figured out how to make weapons at last. So we're set there. Basically, just need to keep going. Keep chugging away. Masterpiece bronze high boot. That's good. Oh, it looks like this floor's done. Oh, we missed a little piece at the top left from the burrow, probably. Yeah, let's put this into the burrow. Okay, so we press enter to define, and then include this in the burrow. That's going to be very fun, clearing all those undead away from our upstairs. So we'll start telling them to burrow the next, not burrow, but to dig the next level. So the way we do that is go D, H, priority level 5, and just dig out a huge cavern. Cool. Making sure not to open it to the outside world for very good reasons, as we've seen. Now we'll smooth it up, make it have some cool rounded edges, like that. And then we'll have to expand the burrow to include this whole area too. Okay, so finish channeling it out. Like that. We almost went to the edge there, but not over, luckily. Okay, and then this last chunk down here. Then we smooth it up, make it look cool. Just like this. Yeah, it seems to have a problem with the mouse. If you try to use the mouse when it's far down the bottom of the screen, it won't let you. But we can fix that by zooming in a little bit. Okay, next level of the cave is gonna be dug. Just have to do the burrow thing too first. Okay, now that looks good. Now, press W, vermin trapping. Oh, it does already include it. We just have to tidy this up a little bit. Make sure it includes everything and not too much. Although, again, it wouldn't be a problem if it included too much, probably, but we don't want to take that chance when there's undead feathers running around. Maybe we'll just quickly draw an undead feather. Just imagining. How do you even make a feather look undead? What does it do? Does it flap around? Like, does it? Probably what it is that it's the feathers of the foot. It's like some Kia foot feathers. And there's just enough feather there that it's like it can technically grasp. Yeah. Okay, well, maybe we'll do a little undead action. We'll make them look cute. Pick your favorite undead. How does one pick on undead? We've got a lot of choices. We've got a donkey mutilated corpse, a billy goat head. Ooh, that's intriguing. A horse mutilated corpse. Some of the corpses are just actual corpses. Dwarf hammer dwarf corpse, a mace dwarf corpse, giant Kia feather. So why don't we do like a billy goat head, a mace dwarf, because it's ironic that the mace dwarves are carrying the thing that they're the most vulnerable to, and yet we won't be able to kill them with it. So it won't tell us their name, will it? Let's see. No, it's a short, sturdy creature fond of murdering and ambling around. His lungs are rotten. Whoa, his brain is rotten. This one's watched too much TV. It's rotten all over. Wow. His hair is extremely long, thin and weak. A narrow nose. Does he have a nose, though? Apparently. Yeah, his peach skin is slightly wrinkled, and it's probably rotten, too. Looking at the top and seeing how many things are rotten, it's probably safe to say every part of this dwarf is rotten. Third finger, left hand is rotten. Nose is rotten. Yeah. His eyes are gold and rotten. His right hand's muscle is gone, which means the skin is gone as well. His lips muscle is gone, so this dwarf is in bad shape. He's got exposed teeth from where he's got no muscle. He does apparently still have teeth, though. His hair is dark chestnut with a touch of gray. His head is somewhat narrow and rotten. His ears are broad and almost certainly rotten. Okay, well, why don't we, what do we say we're gonna do? Let's take some notes here. So, mace dwarf, rotten, and a billy goat head, and a Kia feathers. Let's do a little undead ensemble. It really shows the state of this fortress. Okay, so we'll find some space. Maybe can move this stuff a little. Mushrooms coming out from the rot. Ocean bug suggests this is a good idea. Yeah, we'll do that. Control. So we're just gonna merge some layers here. Move some stuff. Oh, we got a multi-layered crocodile drawing there. Okay. It's looking good. Olon. Just merge it all together. There. Drawings. Okay. I don't want to move them off. That's fine. We should make this thing bigger. Yeah. Those mushrooms would definitely add to the style. So let's go ahead and do that. So do a nice big eraser. For some reason there's white there. Okay. This is going to be a very menacing drawing. Menacing without spikes. Okay. So we're going to do a rotten dwarf with skinless hands. So it's basically got skeletal hands. And left upper leg. So the left foot is all exposed innards, basically. His lower body, so it's, yeah, so basically the left leg all the way up to the chest is pretty much gone. And then both hands are just bones. And his mouth is just bones. Actually, just the lower lip, not the upper lip. And he does indeed have a mace and a shield. Huh, so cool, okay. So he's going to be looking pretty down. Looking down and looking down. He's got a mace though, so he'll have the mace kind of dragging behind him. And what's the mace made of? Silver. Ooh, it's the perfect metal. It's almost like it's one of our dwarves. But it's not, but if it was, it's the kind of mace it would have had. Okay, so silver mace. And iron shield will be a little darker. Start with red. Da-da-da-da. What do dwarven shields look like? This is the first time we've done one. This is not a buckler, so it's a bigger shield. We were gonna do a knight's shaped shield, but we'll just do like a leaf shield, but we'll do a kind of oval. Okay, and he's gonna be wearing clothes too, we can't ignore that. He does have socks. He's wearing gloves actually. Huh. And bronze gauntlets. So we don't really see the rot and the missing muscle on the hands. Still wearing a dress, although it's forbidden. It doesn't say it's in bad shape, as far as we can tell. So their clothes are in decent shape. They've got trousers and steel chain leggings. Wow. It would be good if we could loot this stuff. Steel helm, steel chain leggings, leather dress. So this is actually one well-armored zombie dwarf. Okay, well, so be it. Steel helmet. This is going to be a dwarven helmet in this world, so I'll try to be a little bit creative. Make it look totally, not exactly the way that helmets look in every other world. Okay, this will be the helmet of the, This humble dwarf is wondering what civilization did our friendly zombie come from? With his rotten yellow eyes. Mail shirt over the leather dress. Or was that a copper mail? Yeah, copper mail shirt, okay. So we'll grab somebody's copper skin color to start with. Mail shirts go down to the wrist. We can make it look a little disheveled though, because it's a zombie. But then if we end up putting on his armor, it won't look disheveled on us. It'll just look normal. Did it say he had greaves or leggings? Steel chain leggings, yeah. So this is going to be elite. Elite leggings for your muscle-less legs. And bronze low boots. Wow, scary. You can like draw some of his entrails hanging out or something. It's gross, rotten insides. Blah. Now he's got bismuth bronze gauntlets over his sheepwool gloves and a dress. Somehow there's a dress under it all. So really we probably shouldn't have all the goo hanging out, but for now we will. Okay, so sheepwool dress will be kind of above the knee. We're gonna have to add some shadows to make this stick out. So do this dark, and then we'll get onto those mushrooms to make them really stylish. A bit darker. He's got steel chain leggings. Lucky little dwarf. Go do some green skin just showing at the ankles. Oops, green. Green, yes. Okay, and then the mushroom will be a fetching shade of blue. It'll grow out of his eye socket. Oof. Gross. Okay. Alright. He's looking off balance, but maybe that's okay for an undead. Let's put his foot a little more under him. Whoops. There. Cool. Okay, now we can do more detail type stuff. Iron shield, dark in this part. With a light top. Somehow we'll make the iron look different. Maybe just have small little highlights. Be a little red. Actually, it can be rusted maybe. Because it's this carried by an undead. He wouldn't have kept such good care of his weapon. And this iron may have gone to rust. So we'll do like the inside with kind of a rusty red. All in here. Half opacity there. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, and then he's got bismuth bronze gauntlets, which is just like regular bronze, in fact. Hides 100% of your gross decomposing arm. Okay, and a copper chain shirt. Let's give it some bright red highlights. Actually, copper when it tarnishes goes green, so we can do that. Some kind of tarnished green on this copper, where it's been exposed to the rain. Necromancers don't care about keeping their zombies in good, polished condition. Even our dwarves probably would have some tarnish on their copper armor. Because let's be honest, wow, who wants to maintain all that? Who wants to keep all that armor from tarnishing? It's so much work. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Let's do a different color, change it up. Maybe like this, just for a little variety in the highlights there. Make it look kind of like chain. Copper chain shirt. Bronze gloves are going to get a bright shine. Gauntlets. Bronze, does bronze tarnish? Probably. We're not sure. Let's check it actually. Ask the wizard. Tarnished bronze. Tarnished bronze develops a wonderful patina of kind of dark brownish with some nice green. So we'll do the gloves kind of dark and brown. And the boots were bronze too, right? Yeah, bronze low boots. And bismuth bronze gloves, which is basically the same as bronze. We'll just draw it the same. This is the sheepwool dress. Kind of see it through the shirt there. There's the neck It's like rotted away. Okay, and then this. We start drawing the face. So it does have a nose. It's just a rotten, wrinkled nose. It's not like his nose is gone. His nose is actually wide, if this humble dwarf is recalling correctly. Let's see. His hair is, oh, he's got extremely long hair. Okay. Dark chestnut with a touch of gray. So chestnut is kind of brown. It did not say it was braided or anything. So we'll just give him some, he's like, kind of like Meng actually, which is a little disturbing. We'll do him with his hair all to the back, at least to distinguish him. So either his hair grew after he became a zombie, or he became a zombie when he had really long hair. It was never cut. Yeah, that's all hair. It's just a massive amount of long, extremely long brown hair. We'll put a little touch of highlight in it. Hair is going to look kind of gross because it's a zombie, but also not too bad. Yeah, a little highlight, and it does have to have that touch of gray too, so we'll do like some gray streaks. There, it's pretty good, pretty hairy hair. Okay, let's do a little shape in this dress. Yep, he wears a dress. Like in some media, when male characters wear dresses, they insist on having it be called a robe. In Dwarf Fortress, they're like, no, I wear a dress. What's wrong with that? It's practical. Dresses are not for girls. Dresses are just a long garment. A little different from your average Western, stereotypical human IRL civilization. But if you look back in history, the men wore clothes that could be called dresses. According to Oceanbug, dwarves are gender non-conforming. AF. Yeah, that makes sense. They'll wear whatever they can. They're like, oh, it covers me. What do you want? Me to go naked? No. There's a skirt. Binding Galak, I'm gonna wear it. Okay, this is looking pretty cool. I like the effect of the copper so far. Let's just make it a little, give it some shade. Give it some shape, some shade like this. There. Yeah, we really wanted to draw nice things, but sometimes Dwarf Fortress isn't nice. It gives you things that you don't want to see, like waves of undead entering your territory. Okay, that's looking good. Now I'll just add a little bit of splash of highlight. And this will kind of make it look more like metal. Just do it in the top areas. Kind of like that. Yeah, it sort of works. A bit more other stuff, other colors. This may be going overboard. Probably not though. Chainmail just is hard to draw. It takes a lot of work. So we'll kind of call that chainmail. Bigger. Okay, let's work on the face a bit. So just to double check, he has a nose. He has eyes. They're all rotten, but he has them. Oh, he doesn't have a lower lip muscle though, so that's the one thing. So we have to draw kind of some gross teeth sticking out. Upper lip he has, but not the lower lip. So there's the upper lip maybe. And then he actually has gold eyes, but there's going to be something wrong with them. Maybe like make them all sunken or dark rims around them. Even give them X's. Follow the trend of the X'd eyes. See if that works. Make them gold. Might be too small to have detail enough for the X's. We'll just push this over a bit. There. Kind of have that coming out of the corner. Gives us a little more space for eyeball. And then yeah, it doesn't really work with the X, so we'll just give him sort of normalize. It's a little confusing. They're both gold and rotten. So gold would be probably the color they would look like if they weren't so badly rotten. Just do that for now. And we'll give them bright teeth so that they can be seen. A little like red around them. His lower lip skin is gone. Like over to there. Yeah, that's pretty gross and undead-like. Okay, now we'll do a really dark green for the shadow. Like there, kind of under the hat. And then he needs some more shadow just to define the face. This is getting close. Close to acceptable, yes. Turn down our opacity there, yeah. Okay, so we'll kind of just do some last bits of shading on the face, and then it'll be done. We'll add a highlight or two. There. Okay, now he's got a neck. Oof, that looks freaky. Okay. A little bit of highlight there. Yeah. Oh man. I wouldn't want to come across him outside my fortress. He's equipped with a silver mace and is it a steel hat? This is not a dwarf to be trifled with, even though he is dead. Dead but not dead. Undead. Okay, we'll kind of make this somehow shaped. Darker. Yes, we'll put a dark shadow like in there. Kind of like that. Dark shadow here. Cover over this hole. Okay, he needs to have something to hold his shield on with, so we'll do that. Add some rust all over it. Add some dark shadow to it. It's looking decent. Chuck a little dark shadow around the glove. Okay, now we need to make this mace silver. So it's going to be high contrast, and we will get to those mushrooms too in a minute. They're not done. In fact, let's just work on the mushrooms now. So they're going to be pretty simple. They're going to be blue with a dark blue underside. Almost like an outline of dark blue. And then strange, unearthly white color on top. Start with this greenish color. Corpse shrooms. We'll say these ones don't show up in the inventory because you can't eat them. They're too gross and undead. Dwarves wouldn't touch these things unless they had to. Okay, we'll do just a little bit of a pale blue also to make it kind of ghost itself in. Like that. Okay, that works. And then these are going to want a little shadow under them too. Just gonna merge them with everything. Yeah, like that. There, merge that in too. Okay, this guy is looking nasty. Almost done. Just got to basically shine up his helmet, pants, which are chain, we pretty sure. Where would those? He's got sheepwool trousers, but yeah, steel chain leggings. Okay, so steel chain leggings, and it was a steel helm. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do a bright white on the steel. Steel can probably tarnish or rust too. Let's see, steel with rust. Unclear. Yeah, steel can rust. It's kind of like, just like iron. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll do it shiny, but also rusted. Just kind of highlighting the top parts. There, and then we'll do a sort of in-between shadow. Let's make it blue because it's steel. Blue steel. Okay, right there. These sort of in random spots, but the point is to emphasize the shape and make it look shiny. So we'll do a little darker. Even more darker. There. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably good. There's the dark part of the steel. It's very reflective, we'll say. Reflective and yet also oxidized. Kind of dripping with rust. And then we'll just smooth it a little bit, not a lot. To give it that final touch of steely goodness. It's looking pretty done, almost. Just kind of putting the shading just anywhere, almost. Because it can have all these weird different facets of metal pointing different ways. And we want to just smooth it out a slight bit, make it a little more uniform so it shows a form as opposed to just texture. Okay, kind of like that, kind of like that. Let's bring the mushroom back a little bit. We lost some of our mushroom there. The mushrooms are looking cool. Makes it more fun. Okay. Oof, nasty. Yeah. Okay, now let's just do the leggings, which we'll put even less effort into than we did the hat. Give them some shadows. And this, yeah, we'll make this brush just a bit smaller. So these don't have to be too clear, they're just his pants, even though they're steel leggings. It's this powerful item, but it's also just kind of just a part of the drawing that isn't honestly too interesting, just his pants. So we won't put a lot of detail so people don't focus their attention on it for too long. Like, oh, there's pants, okay, what else is there? Oh, look at that gross mouth and mushrooms and it's a rusty shield. That's cool. That's what we want people to think. So silver also tarnishes. Silver tarnishes a lot. If you ever have silver in like your silver, I don't know, your parents' silverware or something that they've given to you to take care of, silver tarnishes in a sort of brown, icky way. So we'll start it out looking shiny and beautiful, and then we'll make it look tarnished and icky. So like that. And we're going to go very close to white because silver is just the bright metal. And then we can actually kind of use that as our starting point to blend it through. We want the dark part too, because the dark part will make the light part look lighter. There, just a perfectly round mace head. Okay, and then a little shine on the handle too. Not quite as much as on the head, but pretty close. Okay, that's about a silver mace. Yeah, now let's tarnish it. So we're going to take some of this ugly brown and just Kind of mix it in. Take a few different ugly weird browns. Yes. Okay, so there's our tarnished silver mace. Does not look very nice, as befits a dwarf of his status. It's all icky and messed up. Just a little more icky and messed up. There. Cool. Okay. Wow. Just needs the boots finished. They're almost done. They're not going to be very detailed either. So kind of dark shadows around the edges, and what else do they even need? Not much. But the thing is, these boots are still like legit boots. Because if we killed this zombie again, after its first death, if we gave it a second death, then we could loot the boots off it and wear them, and they would be perfectly good bronze boots, which is good quality. That's actually the best quality we have. Hey, wait a second. How did they get steel? This humble dwarf thought that the races of the world would never find steel. Maybe that's a new thing, that they actually make steel now. Because it was thought that the goblins, maybe it's just goblins that never make steel. But yeah, it was thought that the different various races would just basically get to like iron at best. But no, this one's wearing a couple of steel items, the pants and the helmet. Okay, so this dwarf is done, we say, and then we keep working on it as always. But yeah, so that's it, and then we're gonna do a billy goat head, an undead head. So we're gonna just ask the wizard, what does a billy goat look like? A billy goat would be a male goat. Yeah, so it's kind of like, it's, well, geez. Let's get the description of it. Okay, goat. G for goat. Where did you go, little billy goat? There, is it this one? Stray billy goat, mangled, mutilated corpse? No. He will check on the others, because it's actually going to be here. Disgustingly enough, there it is, billy goat head. So, oh right, mutilated corpses can come back, but not the mangled corpses. But yeah, billy goat head, that's our friend that we're going to look at. It's also got goat blood spatter on its brain. Oh, man. Okay. His brain is mangled beyond recognition. You wouldn't be able to see that. Oh, but the skull is also mangled. His upper body's gone, yeah. Which means the rest of his body's gone too, of course. Oh, but there, he's got a light brown beard, black eyes. His skin is cinnamon. It doesn't say what his overall hair is. So we'll just do some kind of goat head with some kind of color. But it's definitely alive, which we don't want. And actually, this lovely dwarf needs a couple strands of gray in his hair before we forget. Just a few strands of gray. Yeah, just like that, all over his hair, all the few places we see it. Okay, now we're going to draw a billy goat head. And it's going to be terrifying. But it's just the way it goes. It's got horns, because billy goats have horns. Like that. It's going to have skull mangled beyond recognition, whatever that means. It's going to have some gross billy goat teeth sticking out. I'll do red inside its mouth. We'll give it a white beard. Did it say white? Light brown beard. So I'll start with this color and then go nice light brown. So it's probably kind of, I'll make it some other colors around the rest of its weird little head. Give it a kind of a pink nose. And then we'll give it giant eyes. The eyes are black, but not the whole eye, just the creepy goat eye part that looks like Yeah, it's like a line. The eye of the goat. Eye of the goat. Okay. So we'll just do like a little fur. Not going to be detailed with this one at all. Just kind of some gross billy goat fur. And I'll do a little bit of detail in the mouth. Hardly anything. We'll do some darkness to make that mouth kind of recede and look dark and hidden. Yeah, geez, that is creeping me out. This billy goat. Partly just because we know it's dead and undead coming to get our blood. We should actually draw it spattered with blood, but you know, maybe that's going a little too far. Maybe we want to be accurate to the game. This head is spattered with blood. Let's get more opacity, slightly smaller, so we can do like some hairs coming off of it. Yeah, don't get to draw nice things all the time. Okay, so there's a billy goat head. Let's just shade its beard a little bit. Make its beard kind of a little more shapely and goat-like. That. There. Oh, look at you. You are the goat from, well, where is it from? We actually do know. It's honestly the goat from our fortress, but it's here because of the nasty. Oh, it's from the innocent forest. The undead came to us from the innocent forest. Ah, leafy inks. It sounds so innocuous. Leafy inks in the innocent forest. Although the people who run it have a rough manner. Their civilization, the site government is called the Rough Manners. Yeah, they certainly do have rough manners. Coming and animating all our goats. Where did our billy goat head go? Our friend the billy goat head. There it is. Yeah. Okay, his head bears a massive straight scar. Does he have ears? Yeah, his ears would be like back here. So we'll just do the ear. That should really set it off as being a billy goat. And then we can draw blood all over his brain. Now we'll skip that detail. But we'll do a little blood. Just to be true to the source. Okay, there. Spatter it, just a little spatter. There, that's probably enough. Okay, yeah, the unsuspicious forest. It says Ocean Bug, 1949. It's they don't want you to suspect them, so they call it the innocent forest, but it's not so innocent. And now a Kia feather. This may actually be the hardest thing to do. Let's see if we can get any description of the Kia feather. Maybe it'll tell us that it's got like a foot or something, and that would explain what body part it's supposed to be. We'll just do any one. This is the giant Kia feather Z. So it's muscular, apparently. So it just everything is gone. It looks like, well, what part of the body is not gone? You know, upper leg, head skin, neck skin. It's actually hard to tell what's not gone. It'd be nice if it would tell you that. Maybe we can look at its wounds. Yeah, there we go. So it's actually more than we thought. It's not just a foot. It's like 2 wings, an upper body, a lower body, a neck, and a head. So it's everything except for the legs and the eyes and the skull. Huh. And okay. But it does have at least a full body, and it has a head but no skull. Wow. This might not be possible to draw, or might be too difficult. Let's see. We're gonna look up a Kia. So a Kia is kind of a brown parrot, and when it spreads its wings, they're rainbow. That's in the real world. In the world of Dwarf Fortress, let's just draw it far off. We don't have to do it too detailed. We'll do kind of like a far off threatening looking undead Kia with no head. Horrifying. Okay. So we'll start it basically like this. And then, so that's the rough shape of the Kia. Does it have legs? No, it doesn't. Okay, so it's like wings and just a body. So here's the body kind of dragging behind it. Maybe it flaps along with its wings, but it's like, ugh, okay. So let's get some brown for the head, the barely existent head. We could do the same X's eyes, but don't really have room. But it's got quite beautiful wings. It's like orange and then purple. It's probably too bright. We want it to be kind of dark and dim. So orange. And it's got some blue and green. So we kind of already have blue. We'll do a little green. Get that nice zombie flesh green. It's actually too bright. So there. The goat head turned out well. That thing is ooh, it's a monster, as it should be. Okay. So yeah, it's gonna be just a rough, sort of weird little Kia. We'll highlight it with some gray. Just a little. Keep you guessing. Keep you in horror, in abject terror of the Kias. You thought Kias were scary before. Wait until you meet their feathers. You do not want to meet the Kia's feathers. It's worse than the real thing. Worse than the whole bird. Okay, we should try to make it look a little torn up and weird and messed up. Okay, and maybe just a little bloody color to represent how it's ripped to shreds. Okay, there's the Kia. It needs a little more shape. Like this. Shadow. We'll do... We can change the mode here. Is dodge darker? Nope, dodge is brighter. Burn is darker. There, that's too much. Yeah, we can just burn it a little darker. Kind of like that. And then we're going to have it on not necessarily the dark background. So, okay, that's actually pretty scary looking on the light background. And we're going to add some shadows under these things to make them, to kind of tie them together. So the Kia and the head and the zombie can all look like they're part of the same picture. So here's our shadow. Shadow's like coming out from his legs. And we're on dodge actually, but that's okay. Dodge is pretty good for making shadows. Okay, so just like that. Do this lighter shadow under him. Okay, that seems acceptable. We'll just tidy up the Kia a little bit, but we want to actually leave it messy. So we're back on normal. Okay, we're on normal. Good. And then maybe we want this one. We're still on normal. Okay, just making sure we're not on dodge. Okay. Oh yeah, so it's drawings. That needs to be drawings layer. That needs to be tidied up. And then yeah, we'll do slightly lower opacity to kind of shred the edges here. That's just a little bit. This is just like an apparition from beyond. It's the Kia. They're back for revenge. They didn't like how we used their bones in this artifact, and this artifact. We have lots of figurines made of Kia bones, and now they're coming back. The very bones that we slew are coming back to take their revenge. Okay, so let's get this ported over. Maybe we should face him the other way. Let's just have a look. See, do we have too many? Whoops, that's not the right one. Do we have too many things facing? Everything seems to face right, so we'll face him left. We'll just do a quick flip and do this. Merge him down onto the shadow layer. Okay, grab it. Transform tool. Scale. Minus 100%. So there, he's flipped. Oops, we just shrank him a bit. Not 10% there, 100%. Okay, perfect. So now we can go crop. Good. File, save it as a transparent. This will be called Zombie Squad. And then we'll do the normal thing we always do. Bring it back to the full image. Oh, gotta make it big first. There we go. Okay, back to the full image. And go to the in-game. And let's bring in our new friends. Our new company that we just can't seem to get rid of. There they are. You can let that one haunt you for a while. Okay, speaking of Dwarf Fortress, let's run the game. Time has restarted. Zombies are groaning. Yep. Ooh. Do we have armor for our Bold Explorers? Well, the Bold Explorers turned out to be kind of a bust because they couldn't make it past the water. And this humble dwarf doesn't feel like digging them a new passage. It's kind of a risk. What's this guy doing? Just going for a walk? Oh, sorry, Outpost Liaison. Yeah, he's just going for a walk. Oh, I better make sure we didn't open it up to a floor above. Looks like we didn't. One of our dwarves is still out there. The body of a... This would be Ellen or Izan or something. Izum. Partial skeleton. Okay, we better make a slab for Izum because Izum is not coming back. We are not going out there to get her. So we'll construct a rock slab. Then we can commemorate her death. Although technically she's already been commemorated in that artifact. You can see at the bottom left of your screen, that's a picture of Izum right there. But that doesn't count. Even though a dwarf made it, maybe it's because they made it in a fit of inspiration. Where'd the zombies go? Imagine if they were all gone. How nice that would be. They're not gone. There's one. There's two, three, four. Yeah, no, there's. But it's just a billy goat head, horse corpse. Oh, there's a dwarf, mace dwarfs. Yeah, no. Because whenever the migrants come, like, they're going to be in for a rough time. We're not going to be able to let the migrants in. Not with this field of dead outside. Of restless dead. It would be nice if we could create some kind of safe route for the migrants, but we don't know where they're going to arrive on the map, and frankly, this humble dwarf is not up to the task of making like some kind of secret entrance and blocking it off with bridges and all that. They're just going to run for the nearest meeting hall. Oh, well, they won't even be able to get anywhere. What will they do? Yeah, we've never had migrants come in when we didn't have any access to our fortress, so that'll be a new experience for us. We better reset the hotkey here. It's down on the floor, so hotkey number 4. So zoomed here, there we go. And we can now get back to here and watch them mine away. This is our one joy. The massive cavern. Watching them dig it. Well, not our one joy, but one of our joys. This guy's not channeling. Oh, we must have accidentally done dig instead of channel for some of these. Yeah, all the ones that aren't flashing with a line need to be redone as channel. Just like this. Because we got to have it all channeled so that breaks down to the level below. That's what it's all about. Yep, this whole area. And these couple areas that we somehow missed. Come on, enter, enter. We're on channel. Weird. Seems to be setting them as dig. Oh, that's good. Maybe because somebody's already started digging them. That's fine, we can fix it very soon. You have struck tetrahedrite. Again. It's always fun to check how much stuff there is accumulated on each of these tiles. Like 6 levels of stuff. Oh, it seems like it's actually not. It's not piling up too much. Sometimes we're getting like 2 things on one tile. The dwarves are carrying away any gems that we find. But you'd think that like, how many levels is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 levels of stuff would pile up. So it's really like here that it would start to pile up. So there we have 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's 4 items. 4 different types of stone all in the same square. That's pretty rare to see unless you're doing a quantum stockpile. It doesn't normally happen. They like to just cut straight across. Maybe we can make some musical instruments to cheer ourselves up. Maybe we can make a bunch of mace weapon traps to cheer ourselves up. Okay, we're making copper bolts. We can actually probably stop making copper bolts because how much ammunition do we have? Yeah, we have 2,600 bolts. Let's stop making copper bolts. Enough with the copper bolts already. Our craft dwarfs or metalsmiths are probably very skilled. So we'll remove that. Wooden bolts are fine. Those aren't getting in the way. Because those are over at this shop. And they're not even doing them. We must not have a woodcrafter. Or our woodcrafter's busy. We probably could make one. We have 100 dwarves after all. There's got to be some idlers in the squad. Or maybe not. Why don't we take a look at this troll that we caught, just for fun. Where's our troll? It's not a pet or a livestock. It's not a citizen. It must be an other, but yeah, there it is, wild animal caged. Oh, it is an animal, so... Oh, it's still sitting there. Huh, why don't they move it? That's odd. The doors aren't locked. You think the dwarves would come and put that animal into the stockpile? Then they can train it up to be friends with our giant olm and our cave crocodile. But we can still look at it, at least. Let's check it out. Check out the troll. No, we can't, apparently. Maybe through this we can. And Ocean Bug says they think trolls are like sapient. Yeah, this humble dwarf was having the same thought. They may not be trainable. At least we can look at its description. This is a troll. Oh, troll cage. Okay. Contents, troll. There we go. He's got coarse fur, large tusks, and horns. And there are sort of official drawings of trolls by Tarn Adams. No, by Zach Adams, the artist and writer of Dwarf Fortress. But this one has gray fur that's extremely long. Angular chin. Yeah, trolls are supposed to be learning and somewhat intelligent, but it also says it's a wild animal. So that's the only thing that would make us think we might be able to train it. Let's just consult the wiki. Okay, the wizard. Troll. Because goblins can ride trolls. But dwarves probably can't. Yeah, it says they're humanoids that can learn. Goblins will command them. Doesn't say anything about being able to train them. Huh. It says that when they're civilized, they can gain non-military professions. And they're not related to night trolls. Cool. Well, what else can we do? We can make more weapons, we can make more armor. All of our forges are currently making weapons for the weapon traps. Let's see if our mechanics shop is making mechanisms. Yep, it is. Good. So we can start putting down weapon traps, and then we can have fun by opening the floodgate and letting these creatures come inside. And all these undeads actually should be unable to unlock a door. So if we just build like a door, that should be enough to stop them. Weapon trap 2 needs item. What? Do we not have any weapons? That's interesting. You'd think we'd have some weapons. Maybe we need to have a trap component before it'll let us build a weapon trap, even though we're not going to put a trap component in it. Strange. Oh, we probably just don't have mechanisms. But we do, though. Let's try one more time. It says needs item. Weird. What about a cage trap? We know we can do that. Stonefall trap. Yeah, we can do those. What item does it need? When a weapon trap says needs item. It is unknown. We are trying to find out the magic of online. It's even possible that it's a bug. Oh, it's perhaps a burrow issue. No, it's not a burrow issue. Interesting. It says weapon trap 2, but then it says needs item. That'd be a big problem if we couldn't even make the weapon traps, because those are our saving grace. That's what's going to protect us from the misery of undead. Let's see, do we have everything we need for a weapon trap? Mechanisms? Yeah, we got lots of mechanisms. Weapons? We do have some weapons. We'll try making some trap components, and then maybe that'll work. Is any of these places not busy? Nope, they're all busy. Cool. Okay, so we'll just add a trap component. So weapons, and then we, add task, weapons. We'll go copper. Trap components, there we go. Copper. And we'll just say make a large sturdy copper disc and promote that. There we go. So maybe once that's done, it'll let us make a weapon trap. We can only hope. That's what's stopping them. Meanwhile, we'll check on the tree cave. We're kind of at a point where the dwarves are doing stuff and they're just all right. Like they don't have really anything that they need to do that they can't do. There's a soldier with no activity, strangely. None of the squads have orders. Weird. Soldier with no activity when the squads don't have any orders set. Because normally that means, well, actually, soldier inaccessible target is something we've seen, but maybe soldier no activity is different. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. It's hard being cooped up in this little fortress. Nothing to do but milking our pigs, watching the creepy undead roll by. We should be set for whatever artifacts people want to create, unless they ask for shells. If they ask for shells, we should like set up a craft store shop with cage traps all around it or something. So the dwarf that asks for shells can just get cage trapped and they can sleep in the cage. We can feed them water because they'll be in a cage. So, because the last time that a dwarf wanted shells, she died of thirst, it would seem. Do we have any chance of fighting back against the undead? Asks Ocean Bug. Well, actually our mace dwarves are getting to a respectable skill level. They're like competent to skilled, proficient with mace. What about dodging, observer? Yeah, skilled dabbling kicker, skilled dodger, talented fighter. We could try something like that. Try it all assault. The problem though is if you look at this, these are all zombies. Like that is a lot. And we can't see their skills, but it's a Marksdwarf, an Axedwarf. These are not pushovers. Just like that one that we drew. This one's wearing a steel helm, a bronze shield. In fact, this seems like the exact same one, bronze low boot. Oh, but it's got bronze gauntlets. The one we were looking at had bismuth bronze gauntlets. Yeah, this one's got steel boots, steel shield, iron axe, iron mail shirt, steel helm. It is well equipped. And there's hordes of them, or at least a horde. The outside is pretty much off limits at this point. Zombies just move back and forth in kind of a giant wave. They're probably seeking out any wildlife they can find. Just killing off all the animals. They move like a cloud, like an evil cloud of zombies. And we could go run into that cloud, but we'd probably just get bashed to death. And the other thing is our dwarves would, if we send them out, they would engage, and then they wouldn't know when to stop. Like, you can't, as far as this humble dwarf knows, you can't just send your dwarves out, have them kill one zombie, back up, which would be smart. Instead, they don't do that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, so it seems like we just had to make a trap component, and then it would let us make a weapon trap. As long as you have one trap component, you can build weapon traps without any trap components in them. So we'll do, say, 5 maces per trap. This is our plan to fight the dead. We make a hallway full of traps, and then they walk in. Each one gets smashed by 5 maces. Maybe 5's not even enough, but let's try 5 to start. And then that's pretty much the hope for our future. This hallway full of maces, and so we'll like put a door at the end of the hallway. We'll unlock it. The zombies all run in, get smashed by the traps, and then they'll we close the door then. They run outside, then we can reset all the traps. So we'll want to put a door at each end. And then we'll dig out the last square and run for our little lives. And that'll be good. So this one's going to have an axe just to change things up a bit. We'll build a door because we're pretty sure that dwarves are not building destroyers. So if we put a door, that should be all it takes. We shouldn't even need to connect it to a lever. Should be able to just have a door on each end. We'll put a couple doors in the middle just for safety. But then we can lock the doors, and then as soon as the doors are unlocked, well, first we'll have the doors unlocked. We'll open the passageway, and then the zombies will rush in. And then we'll unlock the doors. The zombies are going to be rushing in, and then they'll hit the line of traps. They'll trigger all 5 traps. Hopefully they'll die. Any that make it past those traps without dying, then we just lock the door behind them. And then we can kind of corner those couple zombies, finish them off, and then reset it. So we'll wear them down. Oh, there goes a dwarf bringing a nice silver mace out to the trap. In fact, we can even speed this up by putting in a shortcut. Dig out this wall right here. Maybe that's not wise, but let's do it. Because then they can just kind of skip the whole loop and then we can build a door there, and then they can use that that door to restrict access, but then when we want to get through it, we can just let our dwarves walk through it to set up the traps. So yeah, we've got a plan here. It seems quite viable. We're building 160 maces to load up several traps. That's why the forges are working overtime over here. We got just one active at the moment, but we have had all 4 active at times. And meanwhile, it gives our dwarves a chance to craft. We should make some wood crafts while we're not busy. We're making horn and bone crafts, and we're making skull totems. So we're actually, those crafts dwarf shops are pretty busy. Let's see if we have any cloth and stuff. We can work on those other industries. We do have a lot of cloth. Yeah, we can make some more clothes. What about leather, tanned hides? We can tan some pig hides too. We have, it looks like 100 tanned hides. So let's see if there's cloth and leather tasks. Looks like we are making cloth stuff. We can make some leather bags. Backpack. Backpacks could be fun. Weird that it's make everything except for construct leather bag. Probably because a bag can be placed as furniture. So can we make a leather dress? Yeah. Every dwarf wants a leather dress. Covers your whole body. 20 leather dresses. We'll make some leather mittens. Say 20. Make some leather boots. Low boots? Will they actually wear high boots as clothing? Let's find out. And we'll make some leather caps. They seem to like leather caps and silk hoods. That's what they've been for the most part doing. Cloth, yeah, the cloth is in good progress there. We could make some more craft store shops. Maybe let's check if the dwarves are active. The diggers are digging. The carpenters are inactive, so we could make some more work for the carpenters. Maybe make them wood crafters. Oh, but we don't have wood to craft with. We can do some stone crafters. That's probably a good idea. Because, yeah, the masons are doing, or the carpenters are doing nothing. So let's just make them stone crafters for the time being. So we go preferences, stoneworking. Oh, not stoneworking, crafts. Yeah, they can be stone crafters. So both of our carpenters are going to be stone crafters. And then we'll make some more craft dwarf workshops. We can make some over here, even up in the cavern, or just off the cavern maybe. Let's try that. We'll make 2 craft dwarf workshops right there. Just to give our dwarves something to do while they wait. Because now we've got, in addition to our big project of digging above, we got the big project of making tons and tons of maces and weapon traps. And that will make us free to escape outside eventually. Somebody's got to do that last square. That's fine. We'll start with this. Craft Stores Workshop R. Gabbro. Okay. Maybe we can tell them to make rock crafts at just these workshops. Might be too risky. Last time we tried to do something at just one specific workshop, they ended up doing nothing at any of the workshops, making metal, but well, sometimes that's just the way the dwarven cookies crumble. So that's good. The carpenters will probably, yep, there they go, constructing building. So they're busy. The stone crafter has no job. They're a mason and a stone crafter and a potter too. So we could do even more stone crafting. Maybe that's the way to go. Do like 4 stone crafter workshops. Then we can do like a whole stockpile of just stone crafts. Dig out one right here. Big stone craft stockpile. Why not? The dwarves are getting bored, so this will give them something to occupy themselves. And then when we do eventually get to trade again, when the zombie wave has passed, then we'll have lots of stone crafts to trade away. Maybe even olivine, a nice green stone. Okay, there they go. The crafters are doing their thing. Making those gabbro places. Cool. Okay, let's make a couple more workshops. BWR. Oh, W, nope, R, there. Okay. And let's set an order. M, Q, rock crafts. Perpetual, make rock crafts forever. Let's see if our jeweler's still jeweling. Where's that? This one. Oh yeah, they're cutting. I could actually put that closer to the stairs, but that's okay. So let's do a little stockpile here for rock so that we can have them carry the rock in with wheelbarrows. So we'll do rock at the top, and then we'll do crafts at the bottom. And this will be rock for crafts. So we go block all, so disable. We'll go stone. That's it, just stone and wheelbarrow allowed 1. And then down here we say stone crafts. And we'll say, just block this, oops. And then we go to finished goods. So let's see, block all, and then we'll permit types and stone clay. Yeah, that works. Actually, quality we should allow too. So permit any quality, just not these other things. Oh, Maureen is a gem. Cool. Okay, so the crafters should probably begin crafting. These dwarves are now presumably praying or something. Yep, meditate on wealth. Nice. Let's see if our stone crafters are busy. Oh, they're not doing no job. This one's doing no job. A wood burner. Let's see what their skills are. Grower, competent metalsmith, but they're rusty. It could be that there's no metal, but we don't want to really. Oh, why are they doing nothing there? Oh, we don't really want to build too much metal because we're going to run out of coal. So basically, we're going to run out of coal either way. Whoa, we are out of coal. Okay. Well, it's probably time to start thinking about actually getting our trees growing inside so we can start getting ash. Because we know we're not going to find bituminous coal or lignite, so we're not going to find anything underground that we can burn. Our only hope would be to get some wood inside. Yeah, this human axeman they're just sitting there, that little U at the top. This U, it's a human. They're scared. They should be scared. Oh, they're not moving because they can't reach our base, probably, but the zombies will find them eventually. Oh, there's already a zombie. Let's see if it's coming up towards them. No, it seems like it's just relaxing. Just taking a break. That dwarf hollow one right there. The human is not getting inside. They're just chilling. Sitting still. Okay, so we're going to... Maybe we'll prioritize one section of the cavern first. And then... So we'll make this area on the left here. This will be our starting forest. Do it at priority 4, so we'll do it first. Yeah, so they'll clear this area, and then we can start trying to grow trees here, which will take some time. The trees have to grow. Dwarves have to get around to bringing buckets of water, which, do we even have enough buckets? Probably. We have quite a few buckets, actually. So we'll set up a brigade of dwarves with buckets, and then they'll start to mud this area with water, make it all muddy. We should probably think about adding another illustration. The early days of this day's adventure, when our only worries was what artifact to create and watching the pigs get milked. And then we see it progressed into darkness with the malevolent goat head and ominous Kia feathers. But there's always hope. Oh, the mayor has imposed a ban on certain exports. Okay, well, I can promise you we won't be exporting anything, much less tables. They really don't want us to get rid of any of our tables. Attached to a copper shield. Well, that's not great, but that's okay. Our mace squad is using copper, which is the worst level of armor. Maybe we should outfit them with bronze, but hey, we don't have any wood anymore, so that's kind of over. Yeah. Oh, they can't even. Interesting. They can't make nickel mechanisms without fuel. So mechanisms are made at the mechanics shop. But so that made this humble dwarf think that they wouldn't need fuel to make mechanisms. But apparently we were wasting fuel by making mechanisms that whole time. That's okay. We'll get some more fuel soon. In 3 to 5 months when the trees grow. Yeah. Should be fun. Actually, we can start placing the dirt already. So we'll designate a pond. Take this area up here, and we'll say that whole area is going to be a pond. P. So F is pond. There we go. Now it's a pond. And hopefully that's all we need. The dwarves might need to be able to stand on a higher level, but we'll see if they end up going to dump any water there. That's what we want them to do. Every time they dump water, that'll create some mud, which will then allow us to have trees. Well, this humble dwarf does not know what labor it would be for dumping water. It's probably fill pond or something like that. Eat, sleep, play, drink. Oh, they're mostly doing well. Pigmaster's idle, but that's usually short-lived idleness. This one's making some crafts, the wood burner. Do we have some rock crafts in progress, looks like? Oh, they're doing bone. Oh, right, we were going to do rock crafts specific to this workshop. Yeah, because they're like coming to do the bone crafts up here, which is a little awkward. Well, we can tolerate that, but it's not ideal. We should maybe make them make some rock crafts at those areas in specific. Let's try that. So we'll say Shift P, work orders, new order, rock crafts, perpetual. And then let's make that a macro. So Shift P, new order, rock crafts, perpetual. Okay, let's try it. Hope that, yeah, that worked. One more. Making rock crafts at all these places. So we can really just make weapon traps with all the weapons that we've got. Let's see, we'll use up all of our weapons. Then we can start, oh, needs item, come on. That's weird. It says needs item. Did we use our last weapon component? I don't think so. Let's see. Trap components, yeah, it says we have one trap component. Spiked silver ball. We should have one free. Maybe it's not in the stockpile and that's why. It seems like we need to have a trap component available. Oh, we better build this door. There. Okay, we can place a weapon trap, good. So a mechanism, and let's see, not the bronze battle axe. We won't use the actual, so we've got 18 copper maces, it looks like. That's a pretty good number. So we'll do 5. So that's like 3 more weapon traps we can do. Or 4. 3 and a bit. 5 maces per trap. Oh, it's going to be fun to trigger all these traps. Let's get them built, and then we can just activate it right away almost. Keep things moving along here. So weapon trap. 3 maces. We could put a crossbow in and have it shoot, which is fun. Oh, we've actually got some silver maces too, so we can do even more traps. So we'll keep just laying them out. And we got to be really careful to remember to actually lock the door. Because if you don't lock the door, the zombies can get in. Nobody likes that. So we'll do that. We'll lock, and we'll have somebody dig that last square. But yeah, once they need to come up and fill all these weapon traps with maces. Maybe that's what we should draw. A weapon trap ready to spring with 5 silver maces. What would that look like? Maybe it wouldn't look that interesting. Depends how you draw it. It could be like a column that spins, but because they haven't sprung at that point, they're kind of just lined up, presumably. And a line of traps, or a line of maces, is not the most exciting thing ever. So maybe we won't draw that. We can just draw Ngalak because we need her shiny flippers to come and save us. Yes, Ngalak, Gidzerthalis, the dwarven deity of laws, order, caverns, and earth. We want her order, and we want her to protect our caverns. In fact, this humble dwarf has been thinking about Ngalak a lot lately. She's the most popular deity, seemingly, of our fortress. Maybe she deserves to have a picture. Sparse floor fungus. We're just checking out the pasture of our yak. Our inside cave dwelling, moss-eating yak. Let's see, how's it doing? How are you, Mr. Yak calf? Long fur and curving horns can be found in the mountains. It's not very thin, so it must be eating adequately. That's good. How are these things? Are they making any crafts? They're still making horn crafts. Maybe we can cancel these other things other than rock crafts. Because rock crafts is all we want them to really make here. They'll probably just reassign these tasks, but we really want them to just make the rock crafts here. But if they make other stuff, that's okay too. It's a little out of the way, but at least they're making something. Doing something with their time. It's like these dwarves are in quarantine. Except instead of real life, they have a slew of zombies. Donkey mutilated corpse. Ugh. It's a mess out there. And we're going to make even more of a mess with this line of beautiful weapon traps. Each little red up arrow there, a caret symbol, each of those is a deadly trap, perfectly designed to slaughter the maximum number of undead creatures. Just need our dwarves to carry. There's a dwarf carrying out a mace right now. Yep, and soon there should be another dwarf running in with another mace. Just load him up with maces. There he goes. What's he doing? Yeah. Make rock crafts. What are you doing there? Probably going to get some rock. Just decided to grab rock from as far away as possible. What are you thinking, Cyril Aerith Kodor? Why did you get your rock from the trap hall at the far end? Now, if Cyril Aerith Kodor runs all the way across the fort, all the way to the deep back entrance where we have our far rock crafts, that would be pretty funny. They might just be running into the crafting room, which is just their next left. We'll see. If Cyril makes a left here, then they're not crazy. If Cyril doesn't make a left here, then Cyril is truly one mad dwarf. Oh, yeah, Cyril's going for it. Just for context, this is where they're going, okay, all the way up here to make a craft. And this is where they decided to take the rock from, all the way over here, far end of the fortress. Meanwhile, there's rock right there. like right next to the place. They could have just grabbed that one. So yeah, it looks like the other tasks did come back, which is fine. It's just, it seems like, oops, to make them, actually even that one probably will come back. Yeah, it seems like to make the other tasks not happen there, we would have to make them all specific to these areas, which actually wouldn't be too hard. It's just making bolts, horn crafts, bone crafts, and totem. Why don't we just do that? We got our 2 crafts dwarf workshops, so okay, we'll do this. So bolts and 2 kinds of crafts, so these will cancel. Horn crafts, bone crafts, totem, and wooden bolts. There it is. Okay, so instead, and actually they're not making wooden bolts anyway because they don't have wood. So we'll cancel all these tasks and these tasks, and then we'll make them specific to this shop. We'll say work order. So we say horn crafts, unlimited, bone crafts, unlimited, and here we'll say similar thing. So work orders, new order, totem, unlimited, and we'll also do the same thing, horn crafts. The other options are just other specific kinds of horn crafts and bone crafts. There you go. So once those tasks are validated, then those 2 shops will begin making the bone stuff. These 4 shops will make the rock stuff. And if we're lucky, they'll take the rock from a reasonably nearby place. And if they don't, that would just be silly and funny. Actually, what we can do is make this pile feed into these shops. That's the smart way to do it. And then they will always take it from the right place. They won't run away all the way across the fort. They'll just grab it from right here. So that's what we're gonna do. So we go to this and we say take from a workshop. No, we go to this, we say give to, like that, and then repeat it. Give to these 4. So it gives to those 4. These ones, because they're now receiving from that, they should not take from anywhere else. What's he carrying? An item, but what? It's a strange looking line item. It's literally a line. Oh, oh yeah, it's a scepter. Okay, that's a craft that dwarf very Autumn must have made. Good for her. She's making herself useful. Let's see, did they pour any water? Doesn't look wet. Doesn't look dirty either. So they probably need a ramp, although they have ramps. But they might need a floor that they can pour from. So let's try that. We'll build a floor on the upper level. Oh, it can't be connected to a ramp. Okay. So we'll build a staircase, and then we'll build a floor. And they can stand on a little platform. Marble stairs. This is a luxurious fortress. Just build everything out of marble. And then once those stairs are built, actually we'll have to build a downstair too, above the upstair. Of course, it won't let us do it until after the upstairs built. Okay, so we'll just keep an eye on that upstair. Once some fun-loving dwarf goes and builds that upstair, then we can build the downstair, connect it, and then we get a little platform. And then dwarves can happily start running up there and dumping buckets of water. And then we'll have dirt, and then we'll have trees, and then we can start foraging again. Meanwhile, we're waiting for some kind dwarves to carry a bunch of maces out here and load these weapon traps. It'll happen eventually. They kind of do it on their own time, it seems like. And we have been keeping them busy too. We've been like adding all these crafting tasks, and let's check if that worked. Yeah, look at this. They're all making bone and horn there, and they're making rock and bone. They shouldn't be making bone. We probably didn't get rid of all the bone. Let's see. Is there a make bone? Yeah, there it is. Gotta get rid of this one. There. It could be that we put it in the... we didn't put it in the workshop profile over there, maybe. We'll just double check that. These guys, how does their profile look? Horn, bone. And horn, bone. Yeah, we did. All good. So now they should just make lots of rock crafts up here, and they should only take it from this pile. Oh, so beautiful. When you organize things well in Dwarf Fortress, then it's like so great, because they're gonna save time by using a wheelbarrow to bring stone to the pile, and then they're gonna save time by just grabbing stone from this pile and using it to make these crafts. And then actually what we should also do is tell this one to take from these workshops, so that when they're done making those crafts, they'll just put them into this nearby pile. Isn't that brilliant? Yeah, keeping it all close together. Let's see if those stairs are built yet. Oh yeah, they are. Cool. So let's build some downstairs. See, downstairs. Okay. Right above this weird little line, which is the upstairs. There we go. And then once that downstairs built, we'll be able to build a floor. Oh, the human's dead. We didn't see them die, but we knew it would happen. We may as well check out the combat log of that human. So the mountain goat's been fighting. There's the human axeman. What's with all these things fighting? Oh, it's the corpses bashing the mountain goat. Kangaroo. Jeez. They're gonna exterminate all the wildlife and then we'll have nothing left. They're gonna just wipe out all the wildlife in the whole area. Because normally we don't hunt stuff because we don't want to do that, but the undead don't have such scruples. So this must be the one. No. Let's check their name. Dead/missing. Oh, that must be them actually. Is it Spesky? Oh, somebody's taken by Fey Mood. Oh. That's a little excitement in our lives. Break up the monotonous of watching the zombies mill around. So yeah, it's Spesky. There's a task. Oh, there shouldn't be a task. Let's forbid that. There, no more task. Spesky Evholis roll. We might even have to make a slab for Spesky. And that's a good idea to make to engrave the slab for that one of our dwarves who died too, who we couldn't lay to rest. So let's see what happened with Spesky. The human axeman Spesky. How did they do? Improve their dodging. Okay. So it all started with a hammer dwarf corpse. And the human was stabbing it, but getting blocked by the steel armor of the dwarf. Yeah, every time it's being deflected by the dwarf's armor. That evil undead. It ripped his hood to shreds, and then the human starts to get tired. Wow, these dwarfs, we don't want to fight them. Oh, something happened where the human was just attacking the dwarf. And the dwarf stopped attacking for a bit. Right here. Human bashed in the upper body, left lower arm. Huh. Maybe what happened was someone else was attacking? No, that wouldn't make sense. Charges. But it seems like it didn't work because the dwarf, hammer dwarf. Oh, and then another one came in. Then the human was really in trouble, facing two enemies. Yeah, they continued pulling the neck, twisting it, tearing some ligaments and tendons, but that's about the best the human could do. Yeah, poor guy. He was slowly worn down. He was quite a good fighter. He kept being satisfied when he improved his combat, right until the end. Improved my dodging. That was satisfying. Blah. And passed out. That was the end of that. That was the end of Spesky. Okay, so we just got a strange mood happening. So how about we do a little safety save game, just in case it all crashes. Sometimes it has been looking a little slow, as if it wants to crash there. Well, it's a clothier. This will give us an artifact to draw too. It's always a good thing to draw. Unless it's got like 10 different pictures on it, of different creatures. Those are a little scary, but okay, so we'll do a quick safety save. Then we'll come back in. Make sure to keep all this lovely progress we've made of having a gigantic wave of undead. Oh, it's hard having undead. It would be nice to do a game where there's no undead towers. Now, it is sort of the fault of this humble dwarf for choosing a place that was close to an undead tower. We really would prefer to fight goblins. But we can always do something to really dispose of the undead too. Like we could build a massive bridge, lure them in and squish them. That's an option. We can try out these weapon traps. That's going to be exciting once we get on to do it. Basically, the dwarves just have to fill them with weapons, and then we can go pow, 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 and blow up all kinds of zombies. Okay, so we're following Minkot, the aspect of one Fae. We should also just build the floor. Oh, it's not done yet. Okay. When somebody builds the downstairs, then we can start dumping water. Now, where's Minkot? It's a clothier. There. Okay, gonna be a clothier shop, presumably. Okay, yep, it's paused. And Minkot, please don't tell me you want shells or something. Plant cloth, okay. So we have blocks, we have cut gems, we have rough gems. So could it be the plant cloth that we don't have? We've been making a lot of cloth, but not from plants. We did use up some cloth recently too. Let's see what kind of cloth do we have. Silk, sheepwool, llama, alpaca. Oh, we do have pigtail cloth. So we'll just suspend work on clothing. No, maybe not. Can we weave cloth, plant thread? Oh, we already have weave thread into cloth as a task. Okay. Oh, we have to process plants. Maybe that's what we need to do. Yeah. So we'll do the same thing with the workshop profiles. We'll do the milking, shearing, cheese, and spinning here. And then we'll do the other stuff, the plant thread processing at the other shop. So this one. Well, it's nice and easy picking them here. There's only like 8 different tasks. Yeah. Process plants. And that's what we'll do at the other place. Then we can go and clear out those general ones. So that would be this one, shear and milk and all that. That's R for remove. What's the last one? Spin thread? No. The last one is, oh, it is spin thread. Okay. So actually spin thread would be more appropriate to do here. But at any rate, we want to cancel spin thread for now. So where are you, spin thread? Not that one. Actually, we want to cancel it here too. We want to cancel it here. We're not going to be spinning thread for a little bit. Shouldn't be a problem. Let's just double check if process plants is what we want. What says the wizard? Process plants. Thresher. So you do need to have somebody on plant processing. Yeah, so process plants turns all these things into thread. Cool. Okay. So what's the difference with spin thread then? Spin thread is probably from wool. Let's find out. What does the wizard say? Yeah, spinning is for wool or hair. Okay, so we're not going to be spinning thread for a little bit. We don't really need to. Okay, so yeah, we've already set up that labor. That's all good. just want to go over to this place and we want to set its workshop profile to do just one thing, which is process plants. And we need to have somebody on threshing. So why don't we have a look on the dwarf therapist? Come on, let's see what we got. Reloading our dwarves. Okay, so this is called Thresher. Is that right? We're just going to ask the wizard. Yeah, the job title is Thresher and the labor is plant processing. So plant processing is right there. And literally no dwarves have it. One dwarf has it. Urvad, Kugan, Keycost. That's not enough. We're going to set some random dwarves to it. It's always a little risky to do that, but let's see. Actually, this one seems to be doing nothing. Ablal, Astoothfur. We can also look at just which dwarves are not busy. But if they have a bold name, that means they're in a military squad, so they probably won't have time for this. Cyril, Gelding. Oh, that's in a squad. This one's a gem cutter, so that one's busy. They're always cutting gems. This one's a wood burner. Oh, but also a miner, so they're busy. Miners are the busiest of all. This one's a carpenter and stone crafter. They've just started crafting stone. The stone detailer is pretty busy. A couple in squads there. A soaper. Now a soaper actually might have time for this because the soaper's not really doing anything else. So yeah, if we can set 2 or maybe 3 dwarves who are not otherwise busy. This one's a bowyer, glassmaker, and dyer. But they're in a military squad. The Shining Bashers. This one's a child. Who else is free? Blacksmith? Yeah, blacksmiths aren't doing anything right now. All of our blacksmiths, armorsmiths, weaponsmiths, they can totally take some time to process plants. And we got 5 dwarves now set on that, so that should be plenty. We don't have that many things to really process after all. So we just cancel all these. And there you go, it's set to process plants. So as soon as some fine dwarf has approved that task, Reg Eidolon, I believe that is. Where are you? Yeah, there. He's praying. Actually, we have a picture of Reg from when he was stuck in a tree. Why don't we get that up? This is a picture that was drawn of Reg Eidolon. One day, a long time ago, when we were scared of nothing more worrisome than giant Kias. He was hanging out in a tree. But there, he's going to manage the work orders. That's just what we need him to do. Whoa. Why does this one have red eyes? Ghostly dwarf. Oh, okay. That's why. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's lay her to rest. We've been meaning to do that. That was that creator of an artifact, but she didn't even create it. She was supposed to be the creator of an artifact, but she died of thirst because she wanted the shells. Oops, not want to construct a slab. We want... Oh yeah, it's at the craft store shop. We want to engrave a slab. For Ezium, why is there 5 dwarves there that we can engrave slabs to? Okay, Spesky is that human. Oh, some of them have been memorialized. One of them's been entombed. But who are these 2? Sodel. It's like some new dwarves that we don't even know that have died. Hopefully not. We'll do Uzem though, or Ezium to start with. And say do that now. Once that's done, we can set them up a slab and they can stop being such a ghost. Let's find out what kind of ghost Ezium is, by the way. Howling spirit. Ceaseless noise making sleep difficult. Cool. Not the most violent kind, which is good. There are some particularly violent ghosts out there that will really mess up your dwarves. So our friend here still doesn't quite have what they need. weave thread into cloth. That's what we want to do. Yeah, that's already set. So as soon as we get some plants processed, which is active, then we should be able to weave thread into cloth, which should give us some more plant-based cloth, which should satisfy this person's requirement. We should just make sure we have rock blocks, but we definitely have rough gems, cut gems, tanned hides. Yeah, we have 100 tanned hides. We have 1,000 rough gems. We have 76 cut gems. It's just the plant cloth probably that they need more of. And it's not been done yet. The engraving. May as well make a few more slabs. It seems like there's 3 more things that we want to memorialize. Whatever they are, whoever they are. One of them's that human that died outside. Oh, please don't let us have another dwarf go crazy. That would be not so great. But they're making processing plants, so there's hope. Meanwhile, the weapon traps. Oh, there's another mace being loaded in. A few more maces still need to be loaded in, but it's on the way. Then we can wage war against the zombies a few at a time. Well, let's check if we can start dumping water yet. Yeah, that staircase is ready, so we can place a little floor here. Build floor, just like that, marble floor. And then maybe the pit pond actually needs to be up here. It's hard to tell sometimes where the pit and pond needs to be, but we'll try putting it here. That's pit pond, P, set information, F is pond, there. Now it should be a pond, so they should run up there and start dumping buckets of water. It started raining. Nice. Let's see how the thread task is going. Oh, they just made some. Is there some thread here? Oh, there's lots. Rope, 3 times rope reed thread. 4 times. So there's lots of rope reed thread. And the thread is being woven into cloth. That's cool. Let's see who's going to weave it. What's this dwarf doing with the stone? Cutting it. Oh, they're cutting. Oh yeah, we did tell them to cut orthoclase. Just to kind of cut their teeth on some practice rock before they cut too many gems. Okay, somebody's coming to process plants. Let's see who it is so we can watch them do it. Oh, somebody's filling the pond. That's fun too. We could watch them do that, but we'll check on it later. So process plants, somebody. There's another one. Is that a child? Oh, it's Zuglar. Zuglar Bungekber. Process plants. Come on, somebody's doing it. There it is. Ablo, let's do this for her. Yeah, the plants had to be made, brought downstairs, and then they can be brought back up and processed. Seems like that's how it is. Oh no, they're processing the plants. It's this one we wanted to weave thread into cloth. So that's actually being done by Memzuth Tone Glazed. There, they finished it, and the strange mood dwarf immediately ran over to grab the cloth. Hopefully that's all they needed. Seems like they still need a bit more. But is it underway? Yep, it's still underway. So somebody's going to weave some more cloth for them. Hopefully they can get that cloth woven before, what's their name? Before Mingcot goes mad. And then that'll be our next picture. Whatever Mingcot makes. Probably going to be a pigtail glove. That would be this humble dwarf's guess. If anybody else wants to take a guess of what the artifact cloth will be if it manages to get made. It's something that comes from a clothier's shop. So this humble dwarf is guessing a pigtail glove. It's going to be pigtail cloth, but but it could be any article of clothing. You can see what they have there. Or actually, it may not be pigtail because there's rope reed, so it could be different types of plant too. Let's watch. He's excitingly weaving some thread into cloth. Oh, it's been woven. The mooter grabbed it, and they're still not satisfied. Does the hospital use cloth? It doesn't, does it? Does it use cloth? It does. So we can make the hospital take less cloth, maybe. 8293. There, so we'll say the hospital only needs 20,000. Then maybe they'll be able to take it from the hospital. Or maybe not. Geez, they need a lot of cloth. Maybe we should make another loom. See if we can build another loom and have somebody else make cloth before the first loom even makes enough cloth. Because if so, it'll be worth it. And that memorial's probably been engraved. Yeah, okay, let's, or no, that was at the craft store. Has it been engraved? Yep, it seems to have been. So let's get that memorial set up for that ghost. So she doesn't have to be so spooky anymore. Build a slab. Oh, maybe that wasn't it. Alt S. There we go. Yeah, so there's the memorial. So we can have her laid to rest. That'll be nice. Jeez, it's worrying. We've got this strange mood dwarf. Okay, well, somebody's bringing thread up to weave into more cloth. How much cloth do you need? We've already had 2 jobs worth. Apparently 2 jobs worth wasn't enough. Maybe they needed cloth, cloth, and cloth, not just cloth. What's that human doing? There's a human running around in my workshops. Warrior. Ready to leave. Yeah. Okay. Why don't you go make your way outside there, Nekar? See how that works for you. No, we're not going to let them out because then they might, endanger the rest of the fort. Oh, he's going to grab something else. Okay, we did it. Minkot's not going to die. As long as Minkot can get the last few ingredients needed before Minkot goes insane. Let's see. Just checking the gender, basically. Minkot's a female. So yeah, as long as she can get everything she needs in time. She went and grabbed, looks like some thread. Oh no, it's leather. Yeah, she grabbed a hide. Let's see if she can make that pigtail glove we're looking for. This magnificent artifact. Yeah, bring that up and go get your rough gems. Or she wanted some rock blocks too. That's going to be interesting. It's a cloth item. It's going to be decorated with rock blocks. How does that work? How do you decorate cloth with rock blocks? It's a mystery. Soon to be solved. If she doesn't go insane. Okay, what else is she getting? Gem. And something else. Oh, here she's going for the rough gem. Way over. Over here, down the stairs. Oh, not even going down the stairs. She's going the long way. Because we have a beautiful stockpile full of rough gems, but she decides she wants one of these ones. Nope, she wants to go right into the cave and get it from the source. Which gem do you want, Minkot? A red one? A blue one? A yellow one? Lots of gems to choose from. This cavern's very colorful. All these different gems. Oh, she's taking the pink one, the same as the other strange moon dwarf took. Maybe they think it's the closest or something. Sometimes dwarves have a very strange idea about what's the closest. Now, while we're up here, let's check on the digging. No, it's not done yet. Okay. Let's check on the ponding. There is some water. Oop. It's finally going to happen. Let's see how much water is there. There's a muddy floor and a 1 out of 7. So basically we should We can actually stop these from being considered part of the pit/pond and just make it put the mud a little ways over. Oh, it looks like there's even mud to the right there. Yeah, there's mud there. So we just want these 4 spaces to still be muddy or still be pit pond. So I'll remove like that. Oops. X remove zones, remove like that. Just everything that's not already wet. Can be hard to tell. So this entire thing we can remove. There. It's hard to tell because of the rocks. So there's mud in just that top right corner. Okay. So we go into our zone placement and we remove just the top right corner. Then they'll dump water in those other squares and then we'll have a little bit more mud. Oh no. Something's fighting. A giant badger. It's being chased by the undead. It's being chased by a mutilated buck rabbit. And what is this? Looks like a body part. Oh yeah, that's the billy goat head. Yeah, you can see what he looks like. Okay, what we're doing. Somebody was making an artifact. Where are you, Minkot? Minkot the clothier. It seemed like she was about to have everything she needed. Minkot let moss a gun. Oh yeah, she's bringing that pink gem back. And oh, it looks like she started her construction. Yep. All right. We're gonna have, oh, nice. Okay, we can do that. We'll let her build her artifact and then we'll test out this trap hall. See how it goes. We might want to hook these doors up to levers. We'll just build some extra doors instead. Would that help? Not really. We'll just build some doors. Silver doors, cool. 4 doors. Do a couple doors extra here. And a couple doors extra here, just in case the zombies break through. In case they're standing on one door, we can still close the next door. That's kind of the idea. So our dwarves are going to build some more doors, and then, well, Minkot's going to finish her artifact. We're going to smash some zombies with some weapon traps. That'll be the main thing. That'll be a pretty satisfying set of dwarf action. There, they're building these doors. Minkot is crafting away furiously, creating who knows what piece of cloth mastercraft's dwarf ship. Actually, we should sort of set up the infrastructure to dump some more. Oh, nice. Looks like they've dumped water in 2 more squares there. There we go. And we should set up the infrastructure by building a floor. Oh, we can actually do a little more too, up here. There, and not here. Make it a pond. There, and same here. Okay. So yeah, we're getting close. Ocean Bug mentions, speaking of ponds, my visitors keep falling into the ponds in front of my fortress. Now that is weird. It's not something that this humble dwarf has ever seen, such as these ponds here. What would cause that? Normally, visitors or dwarves will fall somewhere when they've been scared, when they're dodging something. That's a typical cause of falling off cliffs or falling in general. But if they weren't in combat, maybe they were trying to get a drink and they slipped. There is a thing that's supposed to be good for your dwarves called the dwarven swimming pool, a schoss, where you put a little pond to the dwarves to run through. This humble dwarf is considering doing that. Just make a little divot in the hallway and then they all run through and they get cleaned every time they do that. But let's have a look at this. It's called Nisundorak, and it is a schoss, which is probably like a shoe, a single shoe. Oh, somebody's got an artifact spear. That's not one of ours. Oh, it's just a named spear. It's not a real artifact. Okay, anyway, let's look at our new artifact. It's called Warn Clasps. Perhaps you wanted to warn the dwarves, and it's worth quite a bit too for a cloth item. 42,800. Okay, first of all, what is a schoss? That's going to be the first thing we need to know. It's let's see, schoss. Footwear, apparently. It says it's an uncommon footwear for humans and elves. Did she just make something that our dwarves can't even wear? That would be a weird choice. But apparently it's of the highest quality. If it's a footwear, normally it would say it's either left or right. But it's made from rope reed cloth. It's got spikes of rope reed. Wow, it's got 4 different types of spikes. And it's got an image of mechanisms. Oh goodness. Okay, well, maybe the schosses don't have left and right. Maybe it's just could be worn on either foot. But there's no doubt that it's a single piece of footwear. So let's get a look at it. Even though this is kind of ridiculous. It's not much better than a pigtail mitten. Okay. Well, at least it's got a picture of mechanisms, right? Okay, so here we go. Layers. The schoss layer. It's made of rope reed. What color is rope reed? Let's find out. Rope reed. Oh, maybe we should look at the newer version of the clothing article. Maybe it'll then tell us what schoss is. No, it doesn't even appear. Okay. Rope. Well, they're green. So we can presume that they make a sort of green-hued cloth. Cushion. Oh, it's got marble cabochons encrusted. Decorated with rope reed. So it's made of rope reed and decorated with rope reed. Yep. And it's got spikes of rope reed. And it's also got other spikes. Yellowstone spikes of orthoclase. Jaguar leather, which should probably just be like regular leather. And spikes of morganite, which is that pink gem. Okay, so this is a pretty cool looking shoe. We'll say that. Okay, so here we go. A schoss. Greenish cloth. Greenish brownish. It's going to be not too big. It's really just one shoe, so like, how big can it be, right? But there, like this. There it is. Make it look a little sad. Okay. Yeah, that's the perfect shape for the schoss. And then it's gonna have a dark spot kind of inside it. So this black can be maybe not quite so green. There. Now it's gonna have, well, let's give it some shape first. So just take a darker color, rope reed, and then I'm gonna shade the bottom, give it a little wrinkle here, give it an underside. This is a true artifact, literally. And that's the beginning of the shape. Now we're going to add some spikes of morganite. Now if you were going to have spikes on your boot, where would you want them? Keep in mind you need a lot, like 4 different kinds of spikes for some reason. Okay. So put the coolest spikes right on the tip. There's the morganite spikes. And morganite's a gem, so it's going to have a little more contrast. Darker parts can be quite pink, and then the lighter parts can be quite white. Sparkly gems. That's cool already. And then we'll do some rope reed decoration, as it is indeed decorated with rope reed. So we'll do kind of like circles around these things. Sort of like braided rope reed circles to decorate it nicely. It's sort of a shapeless boot, but shapeless in a very refined, artifact-worthy way. Just like that. Okay, look at those spikes. They're massive. Okay. Next, spikes. Spikes, spikes, and more spikes. So, we'll do the orthoclase spikes, which are really pretty much the color of that dwarf's hair. I've forgotten her name, but we're going to make it more of a rocky yellow there. We'll do some orthoclase spikes sticking up at the back and sides there. Gotta have more spikes. Spiky boot. Yeah. And orthoclase is a little more subdued. It's not going to have the same kind of shining bright highlights as we have on the morganite. Just like that. Maybe even a little bit of gray in it. Subdue it and make it look more like rock. So that's our spikes of orthoclase. Menacing. What other spikes should it have? Hello, trauma head. Yes, and indeed, spiky for kicking stuff and just to be as menacing as possible. So it's also got to have spikes of both rope reed and jaguar leather. So how about some rope reed spikes can be like along the top. And rope reed is what it's made out of, so these aren't going to look too noticeable. They'll just be kind of spiking up like so. This is the one spiky boot. There, one at the back. Just like that. And we'll jazz up our rope reed just a touch. There. This thing's worth 50,000 dwarf dollars. It is one heck of a spiky fancy boot. There you go. A little more shading or a little more shape. A little more fanciness. Now that's one spike. It needs one more kind of spike. And actually, we're just going to detail up that back orthoclase spike just a bit. There, a little more kind of shaded. Oh yeah, it was jaguar leather. Of course, who could forget the jaguar leather spikes? Okay, so leather spikes on your cloth boots. And the dwarves are very impressed. They're like, ooh, look at all the different kinds of spikes it has. Wow. Leather spikes in between the cloth spikes. Just gotta make it really stylish. This is what all the video game characters should wear. How many kinds of spikes? Oh, a lot. Okay, so those are your leather spikes. And a little bit of shadow there. Okay, now is that enough details? No, it needs more. It's encrusted with cushion cut cabochons of marble. So that's just literally some marble that's been kind of cut in the shape of like a little cushion, I guess. but it's not a band encircling it. So we'll do kind of like a set of bumps over the front. Studs to go with your spikes. Put jewels on it. Well, yeah, it actually has some jewels on it. These front gems or front spikes are made of jewels. Make them a little more pink and cool looking to kind of drive that point and make them even more shiny. Yes, these are the jeweled spikes. Oh yeah, they didn't forget the jewels. It's got all kinds of spikes. There. Make them look more fantastic. There, so let's get these marble cabochons done. Oh, I just love the ridiculousness of this boot. It's like, at least it doesn't have like a picture of 10 dwarves slaying a specific historical figure or something. That would have been a lot more difficult to draw. This is already quite, this one's not bad actually. This one's fun. They're all fun, but this one is kind of easier, you might say, because it's just like, give it some spikes, do some marble studs, do some more spikes. Oh, how about some more spikes? And some decoration of rope reed to go with your rope reed. And then we can have some image of mechanisms in rope reed. So this is considered my decoration. It's a little, maybe we'll do like a kind of braided effect over here. Let's do that. So I'll do like a kind of a rope reed braid along the side, right there. Then we can't say it's not decorated with rope reed. Or maybe we can. We'll see. See how it ends up looking. Okay, that's supposed to be a braid. Sometimes braids get confusing. We like forget which way they're supposed to be going or something. But that looks adequate. There, I'll call that decor. Decorated. It's kind of losing the shape there. That's probably better. We can make that a little more jaunty. Give this an angle. There. Okay, that's one heck of a boot. It just needs one more thing. Yeah, it's not detailed enough yet. Let's add on an image of a mechanisms. Image of a mechanisms. Yeah. Make this a little more rounded. Some nice round marble cabochons. Okay, but yeah, seriously, we need this boot. It's not going to be complete unless it has an image of mechanisms in rope reed. Just doing some subtle shading here. Very subtle. Okay. Where can we put the image of mechanisms, you say? Well, this humble dwarf has no idea. Probably on the side, actually. So we'll just do like a mechanisms right here. So we're going to do a strong line, and mechanisms are, we're just going to represent mechanisms as a gear. A single gear, because that's the easiest one to draw. So just add some teeth on the gear, like that, for a real dwarven look. Because dwarves love nothing more than mechanisms on their boots. Okay. That looks kind of like a mechanisms. Or if it's a mechanisms, then it should probably be two of them. But you know, we're just going to say there's another mechanism on the other side of the boot, which we can't see, but it's there. So there, it's mechanisms. Okay, well, that's actually looks kind of mechanism-like, so what do you know? It worked. Okay, we're just styling up the top a little bit more, and there you go. Wow, it's an artifact boot. Our first one. Can a dwarf even wear it? It's not known. might only be wearable by large races such as men and elves. We can trade it to the men and the elves. And they'd be the stylishest, most happy, most luxurious booted creatures in all the land. Okay, this thing certainly deserves a place of pride and honor on our screen. So let's just fix it up because we've got a little hole there. Needs fixed. And then we'll bring it over. For real. Okay. So we're gonna crop it. Oh, there's a problem. Right there. So we're gonna crop it. We're gonna save it. We're gonna give it a name. Artifact rope reed shos. That's the name. And then we're gonna go back and we're gonna save it as a regular editable file for next time. All right. Now you get to see it pop up. Let's see, where should the shos go? Image. Okay, we got a shos. This thing is so important. Why don't we put it right there? No, but not. Let's put it in the middle because it truly is an artifact, or maybe up here. Let's put it in the middle. Okay. And there we go. We're back to the dwarves. We got an artifact. We got a horde of zombies outside. We got some dirt coming. We got some people making rock crafts. Are they actually going to put them in the right place? They're supposed to make rock crafts here and put them like over here. But so far there's nothing here in the stockpile, so it's kind of weird. Oh, Oceanbug says we'd missed this one, sorry. Oceanbug had said, Jaguars are spotted, you know what that means. Jaguar print! Yeah, this humble dwarf figures once you've skinned the jaguar and tanned it, probably the spots don't survive. Also, there's spikes, so it'd be very hard to fit the spots on the spike. But it's a noble sentiment, certainly well appreciated. Because that boot had maybe could have used a little more detail, you know. So we've got some mud. Oh, it's a dusting. Is it dusting enough? It probably is. Yeah. Yeah, it makes it muddy. That's the goal. There's even cave moss there. Should be trees. How is there Kia blood? What? Okay, that's disturbing. A pool, too. It's not just a little Kia blood. Maybe. Is the Kia blood seeping into our water supply? That would be scary. Let's check the water under the well. Is it full of Kia blood? No. No, it's not. But sometimes contaminants like blood can do weird things in this world. Oceanbug says they hope we get some tacky Jaguar print artifacts in future. Yeah, if there's ever something where Jaguar leather is the primary material, like if we get a Jaguar leather hood or something, there will be spots. That's unavoidable. You gotta have spots on your Jaguar leather hood or Jaguar leather, what have you. So, oh yeah, we have this trap hall ready. Okay, these traps are all ready, so let's get that going. So what we're gonna do is send a dwarf to their death. I mean, send a dwarf to mine this space. Make sure it's inside the burrow. So extend the burrow just a little bit. There, you can mine that square. Okay, so some poor dwarf is gonna go mine that. Yep, it's flashing. And then with any luck, that dwarf will run away at full speed and escape. And then we'll lock the door behind them. Yeah, there he goes. Is it Mang? No, it's Oostooth, Onulirian. They should be fine. They're not going to be there for long. So they're mining. It's mined. Okay, Oostooth's running back. Now, let's see. Where's the zombies? Yeah, they're making their way in, I think. Are they? Yeah, the zombies can sense it. They're converging on the door. Oh, this is scary. And wait, is that a live human? Oh, that's the visitor who was ready to leave. You picked a bad time to leave, buddy. Okay, let's watch the human, but we gotta keep a close eye on that door at the same time. So it looks like they're just getting piled on with zombies. They're trying to fight back, but it's not happening. Their teeth are going flying. Yeah, that's oh, wait a second, what is that? Spatterings of blood. What is this tooth? Oh yeah, it's actually the tooth from the zombie. Nice. The human's doing a good job knocking some teeth out of the zombie. But they're just piling on. There's no way. Okay, it's coming in. The first victim is going to be a buck rabbit. First victim of our weapon traps. Let's lock this door. Let's lock at least the one that's going to slow them down. So we forbid passage there. What do you mean pet passable? That's weird. I guess we have to keep tightly closed as well. There we go. Okay, so neither pets nor dwarves can go in there. Okay. Wow, there's so many zombies. Okay, it's coming in. It's going through the first door. And was it crushed? It's mutilated. Yep, the weapon trap worked on that one. Let's check the combat. Buck rabbit mutilated. Oh no, it was already mutilated, but it was torn apart. So we needed to be mangled. That's right. So let's see, where did it start? Right here, spiked silver ball. Yeah, so this was the one that's cutting stuff. It's the upper spine is smashed into the body, an unrecognizable mass. But it didn't kill it. Okay, maybe the next one will kill it. Or is it dead? It's kind of black and it's kind of red there. Don't go pick up the body parts, guys. Nope. Actually, we need to change the burrow so it doesn't include that area. That's actually why those kind of traps are considered more risky, because the dwarves will immediately run out to collect all the limbs and pieces that have fallen off. And that's not what you want when they're zombie pieces, because there's usually more zombies around. What is that green thing? It's probably like its spleen or something. Is it its spleen? It's guts. Okay, and get no task. Okay. So is that rabbit dead? It seems to be dead. Mangled, mutilated corpse. Oh, it's mangled. Yeah, that's good. Okay. And the next one is run in. It didn't appear to die instantly. Oh, wow. Whoa, this one's really making headway. Dwarf hammer, dwarf basic spikes. Is it because its armor is protecting it? Let's see. Isunimo? Is that Isunumil? Yeah, Isunumil or whatever, however you say that. Let's see. Hammer dwarf, Isunumil. Shattering the bone through the male shirt. Tearing apart the muscle, bruising the bone. Struck in the upper body. So we don't want to let a lot of these things in. What does this mean? C. The mechanisms fall out? Strange. Maybe the weapons, because the other weapon trap, the weapons didn't come out of it. Very strange. We'll forbid that for now. We'll just let a little bit more pass. In fact, we'll just... Oh, this dwarf is... What's he doing? Oh, it's our outpost liaison. We can't tell him not to go out here. Okay, as soon as they pass the door, we're going to lock this door. Yeah, there. Oh, it's taken by invaders, right? Okay, so we can't just lock doors behind them. That's why you need to hook the doors up to a lever. Okay, but we have lots of doors in front that we can lock. In fact, we can keep our outpost liaison from running to their death by locking these doors maybe in front of them. But we're going to have to just let them run free in the trap hall, and then we'll build a second trap hall. That's what we'll do. We'll let them run to the end of the trap hall, and then we'll build another one. Is this dwarf like running around or what? Maybe that other one was stopped. Okay, there's pieces flying, teeth, outpost liaisons being utterly suicidal. Oh, ready to leave. Oh, that's why. Do you not know there's a horde of zombies in the way? Ah, Everybody else knows about the horde of zombies. How does the outpost liaison not know about the horde of zombies? Okay, well there's a dwarf, spear dwarf. So yeah, actually everything that's entered the hallway so far has died. As we can see, this one is mangled too. And it doesn't even really matter if they're mangled, they just have to be dead. Because mangled is really only a concern. Yeah, we're just not sure. Mangled's only a concern if they can be reanimated, which they can't right now. Assuming the necromancer's left. Yeah, oh no, the necromancer's still here. Okay, so theoretically they could reanimate if they're not mangled. So we do like them mangled. But so what do we do? Do we let the outpost liaison run out to their death? Would that have consequences? This humble dwarf does not think it would. So we're just gonna let it happen. Okay, go on. You are in such a hurry to leave. It's like in the horror movies where that one person's like, I can't take it. I gotta go outside. And everyone's like, don't go outside. There's zombies out there. And then they run into the horde of zombies and they're like, ah, the zombies are eating me. That's what's happening here. Except they don't eat them. They just kill them. Kill them dead. No more outpost liaison. Okay, well, let's see who else, see how far the rest of them get before we have to lock the doors. So they're getting swung at by mace after mace. Do weapon traps reset themselves? That would be handy, but we don't think they do. They're really struggling to get ahead. Looks like that one's not dead, but there's something wrong with it. It's a mace dwarf corpse. It's in pretty bad shape. Too bad the lung damage doesn't matter. Weird that it shows each finger. Oh, and it's missing its cheeks and eyelids. Ooh, creepy. Okay. Well, it's almost time to lock up some doors. Oh, did that one die? No? Huh. Okay, how far do we let them get? Actually, we want to save... We want to at least have the third passage ready. So we'll let them get maybe to the end of the second passage. It looks like maybe the traps have been triggered at this point. Geez, there's so much meat to cut up. Look at this. It's just solid with zombies. Bobber says, oh no. Well, it's sort of under control. They're running through a hallway filled with mechanical swinging maces. It killed 2, 3 zombies maybe. And then we're just going to lock the doors up here and they can't get in. As long as they don't bring any trolls, which they won't. But it's looking like... Well, we'll let this zombie get to the top, basically, and then we'll stop it before they go through the door. Okay, that's it. It's time to lock the doors. Forbid, tightly close, and same thing for these other 2. There. Okay, and we'll just, to be double safe, we'll lock all these doors too, even though it's unnecessary. There. Poor outpost liaison, but we killed a few zombies there. Now they're just going to wander around. Now, let's just ask the wizard about weapon traps. See if they can reset themselves, or do the dwarves have to go and reset them? Because if they reset themselves, that'd be amazing. It's unknown. Oh yeah, they will reset automatically. The only thing is that there's a 50% chance that when the trap kills something, that creature can become stuck in the trap. But it would seem like as long as basically these traps are going to reset and then the zombies can just walk back and forth across them. Wow, it's tough to deal with the undead. Maybe it would be worth it to just channel down, get some lava, make a longer maze maybe, and then just lead all the zombies into the hallway and then let them tangle with the lava. But the maze traps will do well. They'll need some time to reset. We're guessing that these ones that are still bright red are already reset, and the ones that are not bright red are not. Wow, it's so bloody. Is that all blood? That's all blood, isn't it? Yeah. Pools of blood, spatterings of blood. It's all thick-cut, treaty clobber. Oh, that's our liaison. That's all our liaison's blood. Wow, so it's not zombie blood. There's tons of gear here. If we could just grab this, there's good steel stuff. Steel crossbow. Well, some of them had like steel helms and stuff. Although we're not seeing it there, but there's probably some around. There's an iron spear, that's good. Silver warhammer, decent. Oh, there's something steel. Steel mail shirt, steel spear, steel left gauntlet. Yeah, we would love to take that stuff. There's a billy goat head, which is still alive. Yeah, still alive. The brain is mangled and the skull is mangled, but the head is still alive and ready to strike. So we'll just let them run back and forth across the trap room at their leisure. This necromancer, for whatever reason, all the other necromancers left. But this one necromancer just decided to stick around. Scary. Scary and spooky. But nothing we can't handle. Yeah. Let's check on the dwarves. The best thing would be if we could get some migrants. We're kind of stopped from getting migrants by those evil undeads. Maybe we'll dig down and get the magma. Lots of thinking to do. This might be around time when we wrap this up for now. It looks like they've mined out this chunk perfectly. We've started to get some mud up here, just because we didn't have any plants anywhere. So we're like, okay, let's just start growing some plants. See, we've got mud, these muddy floors. Perfect. They're all muddy, so we can start mudding up a new area next. And there's pools of blood too, which is disturbing, but ultimately it shouldn't matter. It just might mean everybody ends up covered in blood, but hey, that's just the world we live in. Okay, so what we're gonna do is go up here, take this pond and pit and say, I don't need that anymore. And then we're gonna extend by putting another floor. We're gonna build a floor. Then we're gonna go, maybe like 2 squares over. Or 3 squares over. Let's do 2 squares over. And then we can do mud all around that. And then we can do the same thing on the other side too, actually. Just kind of extend it off. And then we can do more mud. Yep. I have a little muddy patch. Wow. Weapon traps are fun, especially because they reset themselves. It's really cool. Man, just this whole area being red and red of this dead body in the middle. Is that our outpost liaison? Yeah. Well, at least it's his left hand and teeth. Oh, and the mangled, mutilated corpse. Yeah, well, at least it's mangled. At least it's mangled. Let's get those tombstones carved up. We had a couple tombstones that we were supposed to, some slabs need engraved. There's like, oh goodness. Is it all the zombies that we have to deal with? Like, who are all these people? Yeah, there's a Sunimil. Huh. It seems like it wants us to make slabs for the zombies now, which is kind of crazy, but we can do that. Can definitely do that. Or we can just do the ones that come back as ghosts. That's kind of what we've been doing. Because like all the ones that are actually our dwarves, we've already memorialized. One of these would be our outpost liaison. All these single word names were zombies. These are probably also zombies. Okay, we'll just do 3 of them because we have 3 ready. So we did the cut. We'll do just whoever's first on the list. Spesky. Yeah, there we go. So then we can build 3 more slabs. So after those 3 slabs have been carved, we can go construct them. And at least those few spirits can be at rest. Add them to the pile. There's a lot of deceased. But now deceased seems pretty good compared with what else we have. So there's a friendly hollow one. Why is it friendly? Maybe it was a visitor that got raised as an intelligent undead. And because it was friendly when it was a visitor, it's still friendly as an undead. Her brain is mangled beyond recognition. Let's see, yeah, she's basically injured all over. She's missing both ears and her nose. Or maybe she's just missing her throat. Yeah, she's missing a lot. She's in bad shape, but she's undead, so she doesn't care. Does not care. Okay, well, let's make a statue, and then we can have like a little bit of peace and happiness. We can even make marble statues, which is pretty cool. We could also make diorite, but no, we'll do. Wow, we have so much stone, 3,000 marble. That's going to cause some lag in the fortress eventually. But we're going to specify an image. And do we choose the historical figure? Yeah. So we're looking for Galak. Get their zealous. Grasping ward. That's our deity. One we like. Is this our cat? No. Okay. Galak. We're going to statue of Galak. Whoever does that, we'll be proud of them. We can put it in our, well, we don't really have room, but we'll put it somewhere. We'll dig an alcove for it. Let's dig the alcove right now, actually. Right there. This can be our little shrine to Nagalak. And we'll smooth it out. There, it's already been dug. That's perfect. Dig, smooth, super high priority. Okay, there, they're gonna smooth that right away, probably. Yeah, we actually should designate the next level of mining here, because this one's done. Wasting valuable mining time. Get back to work. DH. Level 5 priority. Okay, let's mine out this entire area. Right down to there. But we're going to leave a little pocket in this corner because that's where we started our actual wood farm. So that's going to be the hope for the future. To be able to burn some wood, basically. It's the only way we can get back to forging. The only way we can outfit more of our squads with bronze. As we so sorely need to get some armor, it would seem. No easy fights here. Just a massive horde of undead. Although we are thinning them out nicely with the huge pile of weapon traps. So that was a good idea. Did not come from this humble dwarf. So we're gonna remove designation for that area that we accidentally went too far, like that. And we're gonna channel away. Oh yeah. This is quite the cavern we've got going here. Bigger than we really imagined it was going to be. It's actually like the entire mountain just being hollowed out. Just what the dwarves like to do. Why go halfway? Hollow out the entire damn mountain. Yes. Okay. I'm just going to make it look good. Make it look natural. Don't go too close to the edge. Make sure we don't actually expose some evil rock like right there. That would be a tragic mistake if we did that. So go back, stay away from the edge. Yeah. Okay, good. We can erase instead of drawing. How about that? Okay. Yeah, let's we'll do a little more at the bottom here just to make it look cool. Sometimes that's all it's about, just to make it look cool. Like this. There. Okay, so next there's another layer to the work, not just a layer of land we have to dig, but we have to also designate the burrow. Make sure the burrow covers it. So yeah, let's extend the burrow a little bit and let them mine all this area. So yep, you're allowed to go here. You're not allowed to go outside, but actually you don't even really need to disallow them from going outside because we've got the doors locked. Except when we do open the door, like that liaison tried to run out, any dwarves would, our dwarves would definitely try to run outside because they would think, oh, let me go pick up that piece of mangled donkey bone or something. And that would be their demise. Let's see where they started channeling. Oh, looks like they channeled one square. It's kind of hard to see where they're channeling because it's flashing like 6 different ways. All the different items. Oh, it looks like they're starting down here. They've all kind of started flashing here for no particular reason, as far as we can tell. Maybe because it's wall as opposed to floor. They like to start with a wall. Oh, this one just started right in the middle. There, you can see the line this dwarf's carving. That's the easier way to look at it. The legacy goes on. Right? Are they getting hit by the weapon traps anymore? Any more mangled dead corpses? Corpses are one thing. Dead corpses, what we really want. Our poor horse. Come back to haunt us. Okay, did they get that statue made? Yes. Okay, let's build it. Build statue. Right there, marble statue. Okay, and we'll see if we can build the slabs too. That would be Alt S. Hopefully we have all 3 ready to build. Yep, we do. Oh, but they're just marble slabs, right? We gotta engrave them first. But we already did that, didn't we? Maybe they haven't been engraved yet. Oh yeah, they're not at the top of the list. We just say do it now for all of them. There, I'll do that. They won't wait until some arbitrary task has been completed first. Okay, yeah, so somebody's gonna come place the statue of our favorite deity, and then we can see what pose they put her in, what she's doing, or if it's just gonna be of her. And then we can get these 3 slabs engraved and placed. Oh, I see the statue. It's coming. Somebody's carrying it. There, the statue has been placed. There she is in her glory. Oh, we can't look at it. Oh, well, let's unconstruct it. Look at it and then reconstruct it. It's the only way. Remove building. Okay, build it, remove it, check it out, rebuild it. There, somebody's unbuilding it. Probably, yep. Maybe. There we go. Okay, here's the statue. Marble statue of Nigalak, grasping ward. It's worth 100. And it's well crafted, well designed. The deity of laws, order, caverns, and earth. And it's just this statue of Nigalak. Beautiful. She's renowned for her beauty. Okay, so let's see. Can we get rid of the task on it? Yes, we can. That's great. Because now we can just build it. There. Now they can replace it where it goes in its alcove. Now that we know what it looks like. Ta-da! Okay. Are these slabs engraved, by the way? One's in progress. And presumably as soon as that mason or craft store finishes carving that first one, they'll carve the other two. And then we can go on with that and maybe draw a little picture in the Gallic. That's cool. Morganite pillar. Should smooth the stone over here. Yes, just like that. Oh, they brought the slab over. They're starting to engrave it. The problem is they have to actually carry each slab, it looks like. Oh, so is the slab now in the building? Yep. So before somebody decides to move that slab back to the stockpile, we can assign it to be built way over here in the graveyard, the memorial zone. Okay, marble slabs, there's the memorial. Okay, so there's one built. And we'll just micromanage the other two and get those built and then move on to Nagalik's honor. So some dwarf, let's see who's doing it. Right here. The engraver. Makes sense that the engraver is the one that engraves memorials. Actually, it tells you stuff about them too, which is kind of cool. Never really checked it out before. Let's check it out now. So how do we do it? Q? Maybe a K? Oh, you have to look at it before you build it, it would seem. Okay, so we'll look at this slab after it gets engraved. And it's being engraved right now. Wait, what's this dwarf doing? Construct building. Oh, they're taking that one to be engraved. So they have this slab. Can we look at it? No, not while it's in their hands. Oh, maybe here. Yep. Yeah, so this tells us what happened with that human who died, went missing in the year 128. Loving mother and wife. Well, that's sad. Born in year 42. It doesn't even say how they died. We thought it would say like more specifics on their cause of death, but it just says what year they went missing. Second slab's being engraved. Oh, and it's done. Yep. Okay, let's go build that one too. Or we can check it out. Why not? Here's the task on it. Let's see this slab. In memory of Thikut Ilaralaved, struck down by the zombie dwarf race chance with a steel spear in the molten assault. Oh, so the attack, see, this is something we wouldn't have known. The attack is called the molten assault. So the molten assault has been going on for a long time. Devoted father and husband. Oh, Slayer of Cyril Granite Splash. That's kind of cool. I know. Oh, that was our outpost liaison. Yeah. So they apparently slew someone named. Maybe did they slay a zombie in that combat? That would be cool. We'll have to check the combat report for Thikut Ilrelevant. Build slab. Let's do that. Combat report. So let's see. We'll probably see the outpost liaison, or there's the lie maker. Thikut Ilrelevant. No recent announcements. Okay, it's too late to see their combat. But we can finish engraving the slabs. One more to go. Somebody's grabbing it. We told them it's the top priority task, so they're just going to go ahead and do it right away. Let's see, this is the one. Unib is doing it. Heading down to grab a slab. Maybe we should make a slab stockpile right beside the place where they use the slabs. Wow, it's heavy. Sodel's moving slow. not even the right direction sometimes. Yeah, it's hard. Making progress, dragging the weight of regrets for the dead. Well, we can start thinking about what Nagalak should look like. It's a cave fish, but it's also the deity of laws, order, caverns, and mountains. No, caverns and earth. Marble statue. Well, this is almost funny. If she wasn't carrying a slab to memorialize the dead, watching her get knocked back by all these dwarves running by on their pointless errands, carrying things to and fro. Okay, it's being engraved. May as well check out what happened with this dwarf once it's ready. And it's been engraved. Here's the slab. Went missing, that's all it says. Nothing about them, who they were, what happened to them, just that they went missing. Sodel, Zat, Thud, Uzol. Well, that's the last one. Let's get them built, and then we can forget about that for a little while. Another gravestone. Okay, so how about we do our last drawing of the night? Yeah, that's something we can definitely do. We'll jump on over to this view, and then I'll move this little dwarf out of the way. We'll make a statue of our beautiful cavefish deity, our most important deity. This is marble, so we can use the color of marble we've already got, but maybe it should be even more pure white. What does a cavefish look like, after all? Does anyone really know? This humble dwarf doesn't know, but we can make it up. It's not just a cavefish, it's a cavefish that embodies justice, but not just justice, or was it justice? Laws. It's a cavefish that embodies laws, and also order. So it should be something very kind of ordered in its positioning and pose. We'll make it look serene. Nagalak. We've been waiting a long time for Nagalak. She's the best. Nagalak's shining flippers. Her beauteous ordered laws. She should be on a marble sort of plinth. We'll make it squared off. Just like that. And then we'll give her some blue. Like this. So it kind of fades down. And we can make it have a little edge there. Just a smooth little plinth for Nagalak. We do need to make it fully opaque. This little spot here. There we go. And we're going to smooth the edges again. And maybe not smooth is the word, but straighten out the edges. Like so. Okay, now what does Nagalak look like? Are we avoiding it? Or are we just giving her the recognition she deserves by creating her plinth for her first? Maybe a little both. Okay, so she's going to look serene. Ocean Bug says, this humble dwarf has a very consistently calming voice and wonders if it's intentional or are we just chill naturally chill AF, like the dwarven Bob Ross. It's a little of both. It's kind of a calming experience, the whole dwarf fortress thing, you know. So it makes us want to go a little slower and take things easy. Plus, in fact, we are a big fan of Bob Ross. Bob Ross is great. So we do sometimes mention things like our happy little such and such. And that is certainly an homage to the great Bob Ross, who's taken from us too soon. But he's left a lot of good videos, which seemingly are easy to watch on Twitch. Those Bob Ross streams. It's great fun. Everybody's always really happy in the chat. The cabin. It's the chance of the cabin. Happy little fish god. Exactly. She is a happy little fish god. And cave fish are typically not very big. Like, we've actually farmed several cave fish, and each time we said sorry to Galak, but also thank you for blessing us with your bounty of the earth. She does bless us. She gives us some kind of order. Sometimes. Not so much laws. We don't really bother with laws, but we'll get there. Again, sorry to Galak. So this is cave fish are known for their beauty. Therefore, we try to make her beautiful, but in a sort of fishy way. She's probably just going to be rounded like that in the head, but she needs some kind of like antennae. What are they called? Feelers? Sort of like a catfish. Because we're imagining that cave fish are sort of like catfish. There. Yeah, so that'll look pretty good, and then we can always smooth it later. And one on that side, but it has to be connected to the body because it is, after all, a marble statue, so it's not going to have pieces that are floating off it. In fact, we'll just not draw that one. Just draw the one and do one kind of like that, like a whisker stuck to the face, essentially. That works. Okay, can there be any details on the top? She does have a head fin. Being a fish, you can presume she'd have a fin up there. Not quite that dark. I'll do the opacity thing there. Yeah. There we go. And should maybe do a little more just of a kind of like a smooth front. Get a bit more shade so that the top part can feel more highlighted. Like that. It's looking decent. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now this needs a slight bit of shading. So it also can have a kind of highlight on top. This back here is a fin. So we're going to shape that up a bit, just to make it look a little more fin-like. Like that. And some light details, not too strong. We should consider doing some marble texture. Maybe we'll take a very low opacity and go through it with that. Try to smooth these out a bit. As for Nigalic, we want it to be smooth and somewhat beautiful, to be true to the cave fish image. Their reputation is beautiful creatures. So it's all just going to be basically one long, happy little curve, smooth curve, if we can make it. Fill the dwarves with religious pleasure and zeal. This is the first one that we ever saw somebody praying to in this fortress. It was Nagalic Grasping Ward. There's just something about her. She's got a nice long name, detailed. She's a cave fish, which is cool. She's like just the fact that she's our main deity in a way, but she's also a cave fish. It's kind of cute. So we'll toss on these. Make this a little lighter at the top. We're just kind of winding down. Letting it all chill. Doing some Zen-like marble smoothing. You can imagine the dwarven artisan carving this from one large piece of marble. They would have had to plan it out, figure the pose they wanted. Set Nagalic. Make sure they don't mess it up. Dwarves are lucky they never mess it up. Because in real marble sculpture, you can get a piece of marble that just doesn't quite work. It cracks. And then it's unworkable. It can't be done. Apparently Michelangelo had that challenge. Ocean Bug is a big fish fan, as evidenced from the name. And thank you for saying that this humble dwarf is doing justice to Nagalic. This is what we strive to do every day, do justice to Nagalic, the giver of justice, order and laws. Give her a little shadow under the tail here. Yeah, for some reason, whenever this humble dwarf thinks, what should we draw? The first thing that comes to mind is fish. Just the word fish. Not like we really want to draw fish, but and then at some point we're like, you know what, I've drawn too many fish. It's nothing really, it's not like we're a huge fan of fish. They're cool. They're part of nature, which is good. But that's just always the thought. So it's nice when we have an excuse to draw fish, like that it's Nagalic. So we'll do a little more sharpness back here to separate the flippers. Give them a more flippery shape. Kind of like that. And we'll throw some dark in there. Yeah, and then maybe a little, just a light texture of some lines up the flippers. We can try to make these look like they're actually sculpted, carved in. Some small detail, just doing a kind of a darker shadow at the bottom of the line there. Sort of like that. Here we go. We can make this a bit sharper. There, it's a finny fin, kind of. Okay, well, we want a slight bit more definition. So we're going to take this, not quite white, and put it so that it's just white at the top. There, that's better. A little bit better. I'll try to smooth the top. Maybe extend this white a little there. It's the last drawing of the night, so take a little more time maybe. Do a little more finesse in the detail. It's Nagalic, she deserves it. Certainly deserves it. That's actually an inspiration to maybe create a hammer dwarf. Start some real dwarven justice in Fort. In Nagalic's name. Because that is her thing. It's her main thing, order and laws. Well, but also caverns in the earth. But caverns in the earth kind of go without saying. It's just what we do every day. Order and laws doesn't happen unless you make it happen. Just like in real life. So we'll do that. Say praise and Gallic. And on the other hand, we haven't actually had any criminals, so the dwarves have been very ordered. They're just ordered by default. Maybe we'll praise her order by clearing out those nasty undead, because they're nothing but chaos. That one necromancer, the dingo man. Not that there's anything wrong with dingo men, but that one, that particular dingo man is a concern. It is making our fort feel less peaceful. So we need to do something about this back fin. So we'll just have it kind of gently curve down. Actually, it was kind of nice with that sticky out a bit. So we'll make it stick out a bit more. Like that maybe. We could have it come out here. It is marble, so it's not going to be too intensely detailed. Maybe we'll have it in a bit more out there. There we go. That looks decently fin-like. And we'll actually add a little tiny bump on here to represent the bumps in the fin. There's something subtle. Now it needs the top to be accentuated with white to really show that that's the top. We can put a bit of an edge underneath it to show that's not the top. Kind of like that. Maybe smooth this out just a bit. There we go. Seems pretty good. Okay, tiny bit more darkness at the bottom. Do this bigger, and then we can say, just make it darker. Like that. And we'll work on this other fin. By Nagalax flippers. Nagalac protect us. Yeah, she's been one that I've been waiting to do all along. So yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe this one could be a little more round. Unfreeze our transparency there. That's working decent. Just a bit more mid-tone. Okay, there. Yeah, and let's make her eyes a little more defined. Make it really consistent. So it should be light underneath. So it's kind of an edge, upward facing edge. And slight indent right here. Clear this away. Slight indent for the eye. Whoa. Yeah, like this. Okay. And then smooth that out a bit more. All right. She's getting close to done. We'll just smooth these a bit. Work on showing the overall shape over here after we smooth it. So these will kind of merge together, become a sort of neutral gray in the middle. There you go. And this is a little lighter because it's the top, or something like that. Okay, and then this side needs to be darkened just a touch. We'll do the same thing where we make it a bit darker. And then the top is lighter to show that it's the top. Okay. Nice, really light color there. Merge that in. Do another little blend here. Just for that last bit of white to white. Yeah, she's looking kind of like a fish. We're going to add a bit of a shadow under her chin. Not too strong, but somewhat. Kind of like that. And try to smooth it. There we go. Yeah. Okay, we can also do a shadow under this whisker. That should do it. Looks like it wants to be a bit darker up here. Ah, yeah, that's feeling quite smooth and relaxing. It should be a relaxing shape because it's supposed to represent order. And it seems like we're there. In this humble dwarf's opinion, it's feeling pretty ordered. Just the base needs a little work. And there's always more smoothing, of course. We'll do some more, but not unlimited. Okay, get this shadow going under here. Just for the darkest parts. Slightly smaller brush here. There we go. Okay, that's a nice shadow. Alright, and oh, we got a hole. Let's fix that. Oh, gotta grab the right color. What are we doing? Why is it coming out so dark? Oh, because we have transparency frozen. There we go. Okay. So I'll put the dark shadow there. Looks good. Yeah, and we'll just have this shadow kind of go to the edge. Smooth it. Okay, that's pretty good. And then this thing can be darker at the top. I don't want to freeze transparency again, so we can go right off the edge here. Okay, slight more dark there. Okay, this is probably gonna do it for this section. Now it's just smoothing. Smoothing out the plinth. We could use a smooth brush, but this is also a fun way to do it. Yeah, kind of like that. And then we got this edge. Just make that a whole edge. Might be easier. We'll do a similar thing on this side. Just a bit quicker this time. Okay. Get this edge straight, or straight-ish. Ish like a fish. Okay. Could be straighter. Kind of like that. That'll work. Now let's straighten up this edge a bit. Must be a gap right there. Yeah. Okay. Almost perfect. Doesn't need to be perfect. Mm-hmm. Is it done? It's so close. Just a few little tweaks. Barely anything left to do. Yeah, maybe straighten out some of these little spears of color. There's not much to be said when we're just smoothing. Pick a color, place it, pick a color, place it, and repeat. Just picking the right color, roughly, placing it in roughly the right place. Something like that. I'll just do a little more smoothing right up here. The light color. And kind of even this out, make it less detailed. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, she is looking ordered, if I may say so. This is kind of like a reflection of the top. It's supposed to be. Okay, this one just wants to stick up a little more to kind of be kind of more assertive. To say, look, I am here. There's a crest. There. Lovely. By Nigalax Flippers, I think she's done. Okay, let's just crop it up and ship it out. We'll save it as a PNG. Nigalac, Gidzer, or Gidzer, Gidtherzalis or Gizerthalis. It's not important yet. Sort of important. Let's see if this one's a worshipper of Nigalac. No, this one's not very religious at all. Well, I'll try another random dwarf. Most of them tend to be... There's one. Gidtherzalis. Okay, now we undo that and do our usual. Save it back as an editable Krita called Dwarven Illustration. And then we'll jump back into Dwarf Fortress and add the last image. And there she is. Pride, place of pride in the middle. So there you go. The dwarves are getting along. We've got some traps to take care of the zombos. We started to place some mud in our cavern so we can actually grow trees. Soon we'll have some trees and moss growing in there. About 3 months we may have trees. The digging goes on. We've made as much as we can as far as metal things because we ran out of wood. We got one yak. The one yak that was smart enough to run inside. All the rest of the yaks are either dead or undead. Looks like a good number of them are dead. At least we've got that. Mangled things. Yep. Things are looking up as much as they can. Automatically resetting weapon traps are a blessing. And we've got this lovely statue of Nigalac to keep us company. It doesn't say it's a statue of Nagalik, but we know it is. And we can all see it there. So why don't we jump over into the object testing arena? That is our custom. Thanks, Ocean Bug. Thanks for being here. It's been fun. We just need to figure out what we're going to make fight each other. Maybe we should do a zombie. Do a zombie. Something basic. Something with no fighting skills. Against maybe a dwarf with full steel armor, just so we can kind of get some revenge. Some pretend revenge. So yeah, we'll do a zombie yak maybe. Creature. Yak. Yak bull. Okay, that's just a regular yak bull. Let's go over here. We'll do a zombie yak bull. So creature. And so what we need to do is affect animated corpse. There we go. So there's a yak corpse with no skills against a dwarf. Not an animated corpse. This is going to be a living regular dwarf. No effect. Different side. The dwarf is going to have all the fighting skills. Just like that. And then we're going to give the dwarf a steel mace. Definitely a steel mace. And probably some other steel stuff. We won't bother giving them every piece of armor, but breastplate. Oops, make sure they're on a side. New item. We'll do handwear and footwear. There we go. Okay, so side one, dwarf. Let's do it. Why is he undead? Oh, he's not undead. He's just a mace man. Okay, here we go. It's on. Living dwarf versus undead yak. Okay, were those yak teeth or dwarf teeth? Those are yak teeth. That's a lot of yak teeth. Wow, who knew yaks had so many teeth? It's cool how the little pieces go flying. The dwarf has been struck down. Oh no. Is the yak at least injured? Yeah, it's injured. Okay, well, how many dwarfs does it take? Get him, dwarf 2. What happened? Oh, they're tangling. Yes, there, dwarf 2 took care of it. Lovely. So, as is our custom, we'll finish it off with a bang. The dragonfly woman. Okay. There she goes. Dwarf 2 is melted. GG. So thanks to everybody who's still watching. Hopefully it's been fun, entertaining, interesting, something like that. As you can see, we had not quite as peaceful of a time with the zombies and spiky boot, but it was good, and the dwarves are gonna persevere and try to reclaim the outdoors, hopefully pretty soon. So if you're watching this on, well, wherever you're watching it, just think about clicking those little buttons that help us out. And thanks for being here.